Welcome to today's program of viewer levels. As we await the first submissions to populate the queue, let's take a look at something new from Loop and Snoop, known here as Loop and Toop on his secondary account. And hello, I love Litten38. Thank you for joining so early. And thank you for your code. We'll look at that first after we've done a quick warm-up level. Skyloft Tower Defense. When Skyloft is under siege, Link takes to his sniper's roost to defend it. And afterwards we'll look at Dual Difficulty Dungeon. So, Loop and Snoop is a fellow streamer and maker tech guru. Also, a very prolific maker who has well over 100 levels at this point, hence his secondary account where he's going to make a tower defense concept that I'm very eager to see. Ah, I see. Okay, so we just need to use arrows, I think, and prevent any of the Spinies from reaching, well, either the upper location which hits me, or the bottom location which no doubt activates a P-switch, so... Oh, looks like we have a scroll over to the secondary segment here, and I got hit, so I'm just dead. Yogatos, thank you for submitting your best friend Knuckles. Probably a very good companion to the Sonic level that we received not too long ago. Okay, let's see if we can actually do this. Have to sometimes account for the curvature of the arrow shot. Whoop! We missed. So much for that. Very nice to have that quick kill off the booze. Okay. And let's shoot the one up top. Shoot the one at the bottom. Yeah, interesting use of the pipe timing there. Well, let's make sure we don't miss this time. Oh. Was kind of looking in the wrong location as the Spiny on the lower level traversed up to the bridge platform up above. So yeah, very big oof there. Sometimes I don't account for the cooldown timing on the arrow shot, so... P-switch up top, of course, is just a timing mechanism to unlock the gate. And the timing of the Spinies on top and bottom are just controlled by pipe spawns. Okay, let's actually do this accurately for once. Much better to hit those guys before they get in too far. Interesting that you do get a second chance at some of them. Thank you for the follow. Okay. Was holding up anyway, which is very convenient for our purposes. Let's check this location. Ah, there's something. And I Love Kitten, I Love Litten, rather, you said your level is your first in a while. Well, good to have you back. I just got back to playing and streaming after quite a long break myself, so... I'm shaking off some rust in my own right. Oh yeah, looking forward to what you have to show. Okay. This is partly just a matter of picking priorities. Whoops, we missed the one at the bottom, and that's it. Why do I sound like a golf announcer? Good question. I have to say I've almost never watched much golf on television, but you're not the first one to make very similar comparisons. I had a regular viewer who said that I sounded like somebody who commentates marble racing, which mostly just introduced me to the concept of marble racing, which was quite a lot of fun in its own right. Alright. This is going to be a bit of a close-range shot, but we'll get it. Whoa! Missed a guy in the middle, but that's okay. We've escaped. Very nice of this level to gate off the enemies on the left once they are no longer relevant. Also, nice to see the difficulty pick up using moles instead of spinies as a bit of a faster enemy. Love that tank design on the right side of the screen as well. Looks like we are going to be headed into some kind of a boss stage, I'm sure. And here we are. It looks very deadly indeed. Very deadly. Ah. Sure, let's tap everything here just to see. I'm sure this is just a control point to make it so that you cannot skip the checkpoint. Oh, and we need a key, probably just by shooting or bombing this location, actually. That's what I bet it is, yes. So that's telling me something, I'm sure, that will be necessary to know in this segment here. Ah, yes, okay, so it's a bombardment defense. Very interesting in a tower defense stage because it's very similar to that mix of cannon towers and arrow towers that you get in most tower defense mods. I was partly interested in this level because tower defense was always one of the first mod scenes that I was a part of back in the days of Warcraft 3. And so yeah, it's kind of nice to get from there to Mario Maker. Let's do a soft drop on this. Oh, Mr. Koopa. Almost. Got a very lucky jump there up, and the Boo is just going to put an end to that. Will I be taking the hard or easy route when the opportunity presents itself? Very interesting question. I think I'll probably try a bit of both, to be honest. Depending on whether I have the chance to try both, given a respawn point or a checkpoint. But we'll see. I mean, it depends on how hard you mean by hard, I guess. And when I'm presented with multiple routes, I usually do try to check a bit of everything at least once. Whoops. Big miss there. And Breaker Tech, thank you for the submission of Link Ascends, and yes, indeed, you're not the first one in the Link Club for this stream, so looking forward to what you have to show. Okay. Yep. So yeah, I've always been kind of interested in seeing tower defense concepts like this one. And this is not the first time I've seen it done in Mario Maker, but this is pretty polished work, of course, being from Loop. Ah, that's a bad idea. I was hoping to drop it to my left, and we're just dead. I did do a soft drop of the bomb to my left earlier, the last time I was in that segment, and that was the right move, but my spacing, I think, was not ideal. Okay. Of course, the bottom side is just going to keep spawning from the red pipe. Interesting timing control in general, given that... Oh, no, once again, I faced the wrong way. I really wanted to continue facing to the left for the bomb drop, and I accidentally faced to the right, probably with a diagonal input. Yeah, we'll see if we can fix that up. Bottom timing is controlled by red pipes, top timing is controlled by the blue pipe. So yeah, really interesting timing mechanisms in general in terms of varying up the enemy's speed as well as giving you multiple opportunities to hit things if you do happen to miss early on. You do have to have a certain rhythm on the bottom layer, I think, just to keep things under control. And yeah, let's try to get a decent arc up to the Koopas on the top level. It's kind of nice that you can stop the Koopas from up top, but if they do hit a certain location, I believe that causes the Boo spawn, and that gets you onto all kinds of trouble, so. Okay, victory! Going to check everything, of course, just to be a little bit diligent. It is a pretty great level. Yeah, so Lupin Snoop, who made this level, is actually a major guide writer for this game. He wrote a lot of the guides that are on Mario Maker Reddit. And he's also a very good streamer in his own right, so let's check his bonus screen. He likes to put in some joking bonus screens for completionists who happen to come across his work, so please finish the level, he says. And nope, we have been denied the exit pipe. No, we have not been denied the exit pipe. So, almost a GG, but not quite. Alright. Now we get to leave. And we get some 1-ups for our trouble. Very nice. Just gonna check every location just to be sure, and then on the flag. So let's get into the queue. Breaker Tech, I will show you the code for that level in just one moment after I punch in the code for I Love Litten. Actually, I just punched that into the chat first for safekeeping, so that level that you saw was at that location. So yeah, I always begin streams with a warm-up level for my own selection. Usually one that doesn't take too long. Took a picture of it? Great and wonderful. And yeah, Breaker Tech, enjoy. Hope that's something good for your Link collection. Enjoy the level. Please give feedback. Well, the end of your level code already says way to go. So hopefully we'll just say way to go, but we'll look at this, and it's going to be a dual difficulty dungeon. 1 mountain, 2 paths, easy or hard. It's your choice. Well, I guess that means the clear rate of 5% isn't going to tell us much. Okay, gonna have the epic Galaxy music right away. In this very not-so-gusty garden. And yep, just going to take the time to explore a bit here and there. And thank you for the follow. Okay, let's not die to these guys right away. Okay, so on-off switch is going to give us a passage down here. Looks like there will be a switch that is probably open to exploration. Don't know if it's something we'll have to hit up ahead and then we work our way back to the first exit, perhaps. I can see that you put in quite a lot of work to make the semi-solid overlapping look pretty attractive. Always nice to see a lot of effort put into decoration like that. Of course we'll go for some optional content. When things are kind of medium difficulty traditional, I do like taking the time to go for some of the optional stuff, since I think that's where this format really begins to shine. I mean, a lot of principles of traditional Mario design aren't really built for people to just rush through. So, okay, here's the switch, so we will go back and take the path down. Okay. Game audio cut out. So yeah, let's fix that very quickly. Thanks for alerting me to that, Ming. All that talk about the Galaxy music, and you folks didn't get to enjoy it yourselves, so let's fix it. Yeah, this happens disturbingly often on our stream, but hopefully it'll settle down. Okay, audio should be back. And you said you usually spend about a day for decoration? Yeah, well, I can definitely see the effort that was put into that. And oh, it's kind of funny that you said that Galaxy music cut out just as I was talking about it, because as soon as I entered this area from unpausing, the level silences. So, it looks like we didn't get to enjoy much of Gusty Garden after all, especially because it is cut out again. I see that the music is actually attached to Mario, hence why it plays for about a second before you drop into the heartbeat zone here. Looks like we have a long climb, and we get a choice of mushroom or skull, so I guess that's how you determine hard or easy. Let's take hard. Whoops. Not that hard. Okay, that was not my proudest moment. However, interestingly, this does revert the on-off state back to on, doesn't it? If that affects anything. Because when we dropped in, it was still set to off. Okay, let's not make a big oof like that. Okay, nice. Nice of these swamps to stay relatively in place as a height restriction mostly. And a surprisingly functional one. There we go. And if I have time, I'll take a look at both paths if we finish this with plenty of time remaining, I guess. I don't really keep a strict time limit when I play test levels, but whoops. It's kind of a subjective thing, so looks like the idea will just be to hop on to each of these. I don't know that you really need a ding-dong off each one, off each of the coin collections, but whatever helps. Yeah, just first one, I guess. And this is just going to be up the chomp. Let's see if we can actually maintain position. And, yeah. Okay, boss time. This should not be that tricky. Have to shake out some of those accuracy issues early on in the stream before they get way out of control. Okay, nearly got shot in the face there. That would have been not so pleasant. So I can see that thematically we entered the mountain from that drop, and we're climbing our way back out. So I kind of like the integration of the exterior landscape in the main world and a vertical climb in a subworld. It's always nice to see a sense of place in levels like these and the attention that is given to those kinds of aesthetic considerations. Okay, up we go. No. That was a close one. Yeah, we could go up the vine, but I won't. I think when it comes to Z markers in places that are very obviously built for a spin jump, like, I tend to find them a bit unnecessary simply because anyone who knows what they mean will already know how to do it. But that's just my feelings on things like markers in general. Is that, you know, usually the reason you have them is for people who need to read something blindly and very quickly. And so in a level where you have a little bit more time to plan, I find that, you know, maybe I'm just a very traditionalist maker in some ways, but I find it's okay to get away with not marking those, basically. Whoops. And I say that as I don't do a spin jump in a place that's very obviously built for a spin jump. Am I enjoying the hard way of doing things? I always enjoyed hard way of doing things. So yeah, I Love Litten, if you disconnected for part of that, I always do save my viewer level sessions as VODs in the long term. Like, they always come up automatically for a 2-week period, but I also keep a permanent video collection for makers who need to refer to them, so. Partly because, you know, we all know that there will be a day when Mario Maker goes down, and it's nice to keep all the evidence we can. Whoops. Not gonna get squashed, of course, just going to get dropped, but let's just come in here. And yeah, I know some people are very fussy about wanting absolutely everything to be spelled out for them, but it's just a matter of knowing the audience in some ways. So yeah, we fight a different set of Koopalings depending on which route we take. Also, I see that this route on the left side is more heavily checkpointed, so I guess that's how you, well, first of all, prevent the people who take the easy route from retrying the hard route, but I can see why you do that for the sake of difficulty tuning. Okay. There is a way, by the way, if you want to have branching paths that still have like a shared checkpointing in between, so both paths can have a second checkpoint while remaining under budget. There is a way to do like this kind of half-tile placement, such that you can hit either the top or bottom of a checkpoint. Like you see it in troll levels a lot. I'm not sure it's relevant to this level necessarily, but that's just one of the things that is coming to mind here. Ding dong! Okay, up we go. And yeah. Okay. Let's see what we can do with Iggy here. Whoops. I was expecting him to drop out a little faster than that. That's okay. Easy to get back up. I see that throughout this whole level you're giving up one-ups, but very reluctant to give me any kind of power-up that would give me health. I'm just observing that, I'm not complaining about it. But I'm also keeping an eye out for reasons why you might be doing that, in terms of what kind of cheese you might be trying to prevent, or any other similar considerations. But anyway, let's just head back up and out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the thing about checkpoint tech in Mario Maker is that in the first game it was kind of implemented as an afterthought, and you can sort of tell that there were a lot of vulnerabilities to, you know, how they were handling things like pink coins and such. And it's sort of interesting that the haphazard implementation of checkpoint logic from Nintendo's side is, in a way, what permits a lot of the really advanced checkpoint tech that people have come up with. And some of the checkpoint tech is truly impressive. So yeah, once again, yeah, I probably could have climbed up that vine, but let's see. It's kind of funny because at the very bottom of the branching segment, you have a mushroom as well as a skull demarcating the easy and the hard path. This, I guess, is the easy path, but was definitely maybe half expecting something like a mushroom. Not that you need one, of course, when it comes to places with low ceilings that might not actually make things easier. But sometimes being able to take that additional buffer of a hit make a massive difference. Okay, here we are. Up we go. But yeah, I've largely found this to be a very pleasant level. I'm not making a very good show of it, but, you know, just have to clean up a lot of my own play. It's probably the third time I've done that. Yeah, it depends on what they mean by a glitch, I guess, because there are some things that have looked very safe in terms of advanced tech that stuck around for a couple months and then suddenly Nintendo killed it. Where, you know, it's something that people are cautious about. I haven't encountered anything like that with checkpoint tech, but definitely with anything that really messes with some of the momentum or collision logic in the game. That stuff can get you into trouble. And anything, of course, that makes a level actually unbeatable. Especially if it becomes unbeatable after a patch, for instance. But there's some stuff that seemed absolutely safe and within bounds that gets caught up by near glitch detection nevertheless, and I think there's just not a lot of clarity to how they handle stuff like that. Biggie Swalls, welcome back. Thank you for the resubmission once again of Secret of the Keep if you want to see a hard path. Or one of the fast paths, I guess. And yeah, of course we'll go for a little bonus flight here with the cape. And I Love Legend, tell you what, I don't know if you'd rather submit a different level, but if you want to resubmit this one to see the right side path at the end of the queue, you're very welcome to do so. I'd be quite happy to show off the clear on the other side as well. So, thanks for that. And thank you for the GGs. So, I'm going to play something by Der Yogurt Hose, also the artist known as Meng, who, since we're on the subject, actually did have a very good level that we played on this stream a few months ago, deleted by the glitch detection, which was very unfortunate. But anyway, here's one from December. My best friend Knuckles. I feel horrible, Meng says. Let's find out why. Well, I mean, if your best friend is Knuckles, maybe you should feel horrible. Okay, so this looks like there will be some kind of wall jumping nonsense here. Probably wall jumping our way up this. Interesting. Oh, I see. Okay, so we twirl our way back down and miss. But that is the idea. There we go. And yeah, I Love Lydon, thank you for the submission, and hope to see you around. We'll probably be doing another session tomorrow as well, so we'll see. The stream schedule here can be a little inconsistent sometimes, but we try to keep things manageable. Magnosphere, I don't know what ad is running in front of my pre-roll when people come in, so unfortunately I have no control over that. That's on Twitch's side. I do think that Twitch is a bit aggressive sometimes with trying to run advertising on smaller streams like mine, where we have literally zero ad revenue, or very close to zero. So yeah, you'll have to tell me what you just watched. Whoops. A little bit fast there. I was hoping to get a spin jump off a slightly higher position, and then I got trapped by the one-way panel, so. Post Malone doing a Pokemon concert. Interesting. Anyway, Magnosphere, thank you for the submission of Driftwood. We'll hopefully get to that soon enough. Okay, onwards. Thwomp has not yet come down. We'll have to lead it down, I guess, from... Actually, no. The way to handle a Thwomp is probably just to drop all the way across. Unless we get hit by it first. I guess maybe I wanted a little bit more height off of the dry bones anyway, in order to trigger the Thwomp drop as early as we can. Guess that's not going to happen here. Yeah, no, that works. That works. That could have been better. Probably should have maintained some height with twirling. Whoops, didn't expect to actually make that landing, so... let's do this again. You apologize if your level causes an existential crisis. Let me get back to you on that when I play it. I'll try to keep that in mind.
Oh, no.
It's meant as a metaphor for life and actually just poetry in motion. Well, great. We play that kind of stuff on our stream all the time. So, no stranger to that on this program. Oh, okay. I should pay attention, though. That's an easy jump to hit. Just sometimes not estimating my wall jumps very accurately. There we go. Much better. Okay. Yeah, should have twirled into that as well. It's alright, Magnosphere. We are practically the graduate seminar of Mario Maker streams over here, and so existential commentary is absolutely welcome. Super Mario Maker, where existence precedes essence. Anyway, let's, whoops. Get back on track here. See, Breaker Tech, the sarcasm is only subpar if I'm not actually being sarcastic. We're very genuine people here. Very genuine, indeed. There we go. Finally. Not so much. Let's redo that. Yeah, I really do need to hit that dry bones when it is a little further to the right. The one-way panels to allow me to time things a little more accurately in terms of being able to wait if things are positionally not quite ideal. Actually very satisfying to do that thwomp interaction once you've gotten accustomed to it. There we go. There we go. Let's beware of the spike. And yeah, so I should stay a little bit low beside the spike until the flying platform makes its way to the left. I did not read that accurately. And Breaker Tech, yeah. Well, I appreciate your appreciation, I guess. We'll see about that. I shouldn't say that before having seen your level. But... okay. Very nice to have that recovery there when we fail the easy jumps. Whoops. There we go. And finally. Okay, let's wait this out a bit. I have to not hit the saw blades either, which will be an interesting timing challenge. There we go. Yes, we want to duck under that. That's what the down arrow means. It isn't signifying a ground pound target or anything like that. Your 5-year-old can beat your level. Okay. Good to know. Alright, here we go. I don't know, some 5-year-olds can be pretty decent at this game. Just a matter of experience. And let's wait for that to come back. Should have timed that a little bit better. I think around age 5 is pretty close to when I would have first played a Mario game. Whoops. I think that's probably true for a lot of people, in fact. It's a decent age for that. I actually didn't know how to use the run button back then. That was the main thing I was lacking in terms of Mario technique. I mean, this is SMB1 we're talking about, and so you could get by most of that game without ever using the dash button until you get to World 8. World 8 is kind of required, but... Whoops. It used to be that we were amazed by 5-year-olds who play Chopin etudes. Well, I mean, that's still impressive. It's kind of surprising that the Kaizo scene actually really skews young. And that a lot of the best Kaizo players are people kind of late teens, early 20s who picked up things like 2D platforming in an era when it wasn't really the most popular or dominant form. And I always found that very curious. That, you know, a lot of those Kaizo players are from an era in which platforming was not the dominant genre of console games. And they still took the time to really take pleasure in developing that technique and also getting involved in scenes like ROM hacks and so on. In some ways, even though ROM hacking for games like Super Mario World has been very old, the Kaizo format is relatively young. And really kind of took off with people kind of moving over there from Maker 1 in some ways. Anyway, let's wait for a good cycle here. So yeah, I'm always a little stunned by that. I'm also stunned by the fact that a lot of them play with the analog stick, which, you know, as somebody who predates the concept of playing platformers with a stick, still finds that really unfamiliar. Stuff like Mario, anyway. I mean, lately I've been playing Ori and the Will of the Wisps on the weekday streams, and that I do play with a stick because it was very much designed for analog movement. But something like Mario, I'm just kind of permanently conditioned on the D-pad, and there's just no way around it. Anyway, let's time this a little bit better so we can actually get past it for the second time ever. Whoops. Be a bit more careful about that wall jump, though, and yeah, Magnet Sphere, I'm glad you enjoyed the commentary. And let's get over here. And all the way to the left. And onwards. Yeah, I'm not too much of a ROM hack player myself. It's something that we might bring onto the stream eventually. It's kind of funny because I was setting up to start running ROM hacks on the stream around April of last year, and then that's exactly when the big 3.0 patch for this game hit, and so Mario Maker just completely consumed my attention again from that point on. You know, we never ended up doing any of that introductory level Kaizo that I was hoping to do. Yeah, I'm not too much of a Kaizo player anyway, though. I mean, Kaizo players are quite welcome to submit on this stream. Kaizo makers, I should say. But we sometimes manage to blunder through those. Sometimes. Whoops. Surprisingly tricky to face the right direction for this specific wall jump sequence off the spike. It kind of mentally tricks you out, I think, because of the placement of the spikes by the one-way panel. Also, because of all the wall climbing that's going on in this level, you can see where the Knuckles steam is coming from. But yeah. It's funny because I hadn't really paid much attention to that earlier, but now I absolutely see why this is supposedly a Knuckles level. There we go. Nope. Spin jump. Okay, up we go. still have to time that a bit more accurately. And yeah, Breaker Tech, mind blown, eh? Just... Nope. Meng puts a lot of thought into theming, and there is always something worth deciphering there when it comes to the level titles and descriptions. Okay. Alright, let's do this. Okay, that was kind of a nice save. I went a little early on that jump, but... Yeah, I feel like I should actually go as early as possible there, instead of trying to time it out too carefully. It's funny, because the first time I encountered that segment with the flying platforms, I really didn't find it tricky at all. I just kind of breezed right through it, and then every time since has been a little sloppier than that. Let's wait for it to go to the right side. I do, once again, like being able to recover my position here. But here we go. Nope. Spin jump. Oh, whoops. Okay. Up we go. Yeah, those spikes kind of freak me out a little, even though they are protected by one-way panels. Okay, there we go. Having enough time to keep yourself alive in that segment is obviously very nice. Of course, that's assuming you don't immediately fumble afterwards. So, Breaker, I have played them both. I have played Ori and the Blind Forest and Will of the Wisps. Blind Forest is... I mean, if you can afford the time and the cash, I do recommend them both. There are a couple of things in Blind Forest that are noticeably improved in Will of the Wisps. And so if you absolutely can only play one, it's okay to skip to the second. I mean, you'll miss some very minor stuff in the beginning in terms of the setup for the plot and the characters, but very minor things. Not really anything critical. The way it felt to me was that it was most like going from Donkey Kong Country Returns to Tropical Freeze. Like, if you kind of understand that comparison in terms of the level of development and polish, and also some of the scale of the platforming, that's really what it feels like. And also, most of the changes from Blind Forest to Will of the Wisps mechanically feel very clearly like they took inspiration from Hollow Knight. So if you have any experience with Hollow Knight, you'll kind of know what to expect in that respect. That there's a really conspicuous Hollow Knight flavor to many of the ideas in Will of the Wisps. Okay, duck. No, I wanted to slide, though. Let's do this again. I wanted to duck once I land, so I don't ground pound like that. Hang on. I may be landing a little bit high. There we go. There we go. Now we have to lead the cannon shot up, don't we? Okay. And then to the left. Okay, great. That I understand. But if you think there's some possibility you will be playing both Breaker Tech, you might as well go in order. I mean, there are a few things in Blind Forest that, you know, as their first crack at that kind of game, do feel slightly rough. But it is still a worthwhile experience, I would say. The way I like to describe it, and people who have been watching the Ori streams have heard me say this already, but Ori and the Blind Forest feels like it was kind of a Metroid-style game designed by people whose favorite part of Metroid is the timed escape sequences, like the Mother Brain escape in Super Metroid. So you see lots of that stuff, like, you know, cinematic escapes with instant kills and such. And the way they design those noticeably improves from the first and second game, but it's kind of worthwhile to see how they introduce that concept in the first game, regardless. Okay, there we go. Not gonna make it. Let's lead the next one. Just gotta dip like that. Wonder why. We need to time this a little better. Yeah, I'll need to improve my wall jumping here, I think. There we go. Now I bounce off that and do what? Oh, okay, okay. We can do this. Except we need to go through the middle. We need to drag it down. And, no, hit the jump block first and then get on the cannonball. Okay. But yeah, I would say that if you have certain frustrations with some of the design in Blend Force, definitely don't let that put you off the second game. Like, I would say that a lot of things really do get improved. And especially if you like Hollow Knight, you would get a lot out of some of the ideas in the second game. And yeah, that's something we're still streaming, actually. I'm in one of the final areas of Will of the Wisps, and that's something we'll be continuing past the weekend. But we'll have a bunch of Mario Maker in the meantime. Okay. Up we go. Yeah, still don't have a very clean method that segment. I really do need to pay attention to finding the right safety timing and gauging the delay of my takeoff from the wall a little more accurately, but we'll figure that out with practice and a bit more attentiveness than what we've been doing here. There we go. Nope. Just straight up missed. Too early on both axes. Too far to the right, too far up. Okay. Back up we go. And over. Nope, nope, nope. Luckily, very salvageable. Yeah, it has to be when the blocks are kind of on the upswing. Breaker Tech, I don't really have a strict time limit. It really depends on the kind of level and whether I'm having fun and whether or not I'm progressing. Because we get some long levels and some short ones, so usually they kind of average out to about 20 minutes per level, but I don't keep a strict time limit on them. You know, just because some levels really do need a bit more time to shine, so... But I don't tend to stay on them for an hour or so either. If things really get out of control, I do ask people to resubmit. This one is well within my reach, though. I just need to clean up a lot of mistakes here and there, and I've only been on it for about 20 minutes so far, and so given the level of difficulty I typically associate with this creator, with Meng, I'm quite willing to stay on a bit longer, given that we're pretty close to the top of the vertical section. But yeah, it's just that in my experience, if I am a bit more relaxed about things like time limits, I find that I actually get better levels from people. So that's why I do it this way. Because it encourages better stuff. I mean, it also kind of encourages people to send me things like trolls, but sometimes we play some really good trolls, so. But yeah, we usually have no trouble getting through everybody who queues in a pretty orderly fashion, so I'll be on yours soon enough, I'm sure. But yeah, I mean, you know, before I ever started streaming, I used to submit to a lot of viewer level streams myself, and so a lot of the ideas about queuing policy come from that experience. And sometimes it's a long wait for people, but, you know, I kind of expect that with things like viewer levels in particular, that a lot of people do sort of hop in and out and have a couple things on submission to multiple channels, and that's absolutely expected as long as they are here when their level is called. In the meantime, though, let's see if we can do a bit better with this segment here. And hey, Rectendo, it's been a long time. Welcome back. That was probably safe. The twirl was unnecessary. Kind of gauged that one inaccurately, but we'll see. I feel like everything after that segment is pretty manageable as long as I am careful. I mean, having seen everything up to one of the highest points in a climb, by the looks of it. This is really the only segment I'm worried about as a matter of consistency. That and the drop here. Yeah, no. I've been jumping too high. Consistently too high, in fact. And jumping too early on the landing over there. In fact, if I drop out the left side, if I miss the piranha plants, that's recoverable, I think. I'm allowed to drop back down to a safe position, so there's no reason to be too risky there. As far as I... Oh no, it lands on the spikes, never mind. I would have to twirl to the right side and get out of danger. Whoops. Let's pay attention and do that cross accurately. Okay. Whoops. Oh, I just wasn't reading the wake-up time correctly. Okay. It's okay. We'll get through this soon. I can see that it's one of those levels where the clear rate is actually slightly deceptive simply because there are so many failure points that are soft resets rather than kills. Definitely well within my reach, just something we need to be aware of sometimes when kind of making snap judgments from clear rates in terms of what to expect. Okay, let's drag this up. Too slow. No, too slow. Okay. I don't know yet if many short hops or a couple of long hops is faster when it comes to a climb like that. I mean, obviously, this kind of single wall jump mechanic isn't something that you see very often, so I don't really know what the speedrunning wisdom is, but maybe against a cannonball I should be going as long as possible. There we go. Nope, nope. Oh, I was trying to back out of that too, and didn't really spin out of that in time. I knew I wasn't going to make it, and I was trying to pull back before hitting the ball there, but the jump off the wall had other ideas. Okay. Nope. This is going a little more fluently. Still prone to the occasional mistake. And that was almost safe. Almost. I almost have a timing mapped out for when I want to do that, but it does require a tiny bit more attentiveness. I mean, when I find the good timing window on that flying platform, it actually feels very generous in terms of the margin of error. It's more that until I do that, we will just have to get back up to that position. Okay, up we go. And over. Yeah, that feels pretty safe. Okay. Really have to tug it up from the camera. Nope. There we go. A lot of it is camera control. Whoops. There we are. Nope, not good enough. I knew that wasn't going to go, so... And here we are. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to think about this. But... that's fine. Yeah. Maybe not. Oh, I see. You need to loop around then before the icicle respawns. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Just testing out the timing there. Okay. Doing fine. And we're almost done. Almost. Let's not choke too badly here. Let's not choke too badly, as I was saying. Looks like we were almost out of that segment, though. Surprisingly tricky margin there, considering how visible everything is. But that's okay. I believe we can do it. Okay. Doing that a lot better. Nope, nope. That was a D-pad error. I was trying to hit left and I just hit down. That was something I could have canceled out of if I were being properly attentive to what I did, but it's okay. We can clearly make it. So, came in a little bit low there. So, just need to redo that once more. Definitely slipping a bit after the choke right at the very end of this vertical segment. And then we just need to get some of these bad attempts out of the way, and then hopefully things will go smoothly from there. Okay, up we go. Left and up. And up. Yep, need to do that slide down to spawn that as There we go. That felt pretty good. Left. Drop. Okay.
Oh no!
That didn't give me trouble last time. I think the timing was right, and I just slipped a little bit in terms of letting up as I tried to twirl to adjust my position across, so... I mean, I was able to do it on the first attempt last time, so hopefully that's not one of those things that turns out to give me tons of trouble. That's felt a lot better recently, that segment there. Okay, I have to drop into respawn and then go. Okay. And up. Let's wait for the next one. The next one. Okay, pretty comfortable. Here's the icicle segment. I think we can make it. Yep. And here we are once again.
Oh no!
Okay, thought I could go a bit earlier that time to give myself more headroom to run across. That was definitely overcompensating. Almost there. Up we go. Nope. Let's not race that one. Pretty impressed with that 50-second record on this. Whoever got it. I mean, these often are built such that you can play them cleanly if you actually know what you're doing. Nope. That was not going to be it. Nope, that was not going to be it either. I just didn't react to that in time. Okay. Yeah, it's starting to slip up a little bit, but... we'll hopefully get this right. Everything here is fundamentally manageable. Just a matter of accuracy. Very easy to second guess your timing when it comes to a lot of these new soupy mechanics. Okay, here we are. Next. Okay. Icicle. Okay. Maybe spin jump out of this is the right way to go. I don't really want to be making last minute adjustments though. Yeah, still haven't found the right timing window for that yet. I mean, it's not that hard to read, just a matter of executing accurately. But yeah, we'll hopefully be out of here in no time. Yeah, too much of a slip on one of those jumps. It threw off my intended timing after having figured that out somewhat accurately. I can stand on the rightmost block in the 4-block flying segment at the end, I'm sure you're talking about. Yeah, that's a good observation. I want to consider that as we get over there. But we'll see. Kind of depends on how we're doing in terms of momentum. Because I would have to kind of suddenly cut momentum to get into position there anyway, or just ground pound, I guess, if I'm given a sufficient margin. But if I'm thinking about that, I may as well just try to dash across anyway. Like, I don't think that's technically going to be much easier from how I'm reading that segment, so... Up we go. Okay. Okay, that felt pretty smooth that time in terms of catching the cannonball in the first available cycle. Okay. Okay, that went better than I expected. That usually doesn't give me too much trouble. Yeah, you can totally stand on the right side. If I get in position there with a ground pound, I'll consider it, but I honestly think it's easier to just go. Okay, final segment, perhaps. Flagpole, boom boom. Okay, it's just boom boom. And bonus, boom boom. Let's not die here. Let's just take the flag and go. Okay, thank you, May. And thank you to the patience of those waiting. Yeah, I guess checkpoint was right at the start, so that half-hour time was a fairly accurate measurement of how long the main segment took us. So yeah, Breaker's Tech, once again, thank you for your patience. Let's take a look at your link creation. UKX and CGF. Link ascends. Link climbs the tower and slams his way back down. Feels like we just did something very similar, except not as Link. But let's see. West Second Gaming, it's going great. Hope you're doing well on your end as well, that you've been running some pretty cool tracks underneath your Mario Maker streaming as you usually do. Okay, so Pro on this side. Oh, I see. So you get a choice of paths, don't you? Whoops. I was too busy reading the arrows. I didn't even look at the platforms there. Anyway, we'll take a look at what that says about Pro on the left side in just a moment. R is just telling you to shoot the switch, of course. Let's see what's on the Pro side. %37% clear rate on a viewer level? Yes, I know. Isn't that such a blessing? Usually for me it indicates a puzzle, but we'll see. 37%, that should be easy for me to lower. Now, we don't tend to get a lot of the hyper-precision stuff around here anyway. I think those people were largely scared off, so... whoops. Probably should have kept the sword here. Do I have a refresh on the sword down low? Let's take a look. Yes, I do. In fact, I had taken that previously. Okay. I could go to the right. Oh, I see. We took a shortcut. That's okay. Shortcuts are fine. And... yeah. Oh, right. This is the one that you were telling me was made for your 5-year-old. Well, it holds up very well for some of us old souls as well. That's bombable. Let's just do it. Sure. We'll just skip that guy. And here we are. And yes, it is a very good thing for them to inherit. They should really internalize a lot of this stuff while they can. Why didn't I just bust through this way? We can also do that and ride up the cloud. I just love seeing the screen positioning mechanic that you get from the cloud, but whoops. Alright, fine, maybe not so much. Okay, now we're kind of in an interesting situation in that we had the spiny hat, but not the Master Sword. There we go. Master Sword, here we go. Oh, and they give you a key. Sure, we'll take that. Well, Breaker Tech, whichever ideas your 5-year-old gave you for this level, she has my thanks. Even if she was mostly a playtester, that's fine too. Yeah, definitely giving her a lot of mechanics to have a workout with. You know, I have to learn the cloud, have to learn the link bombs, just lots of stuff that you can do mechanically. Definitely more than what the average Mario novice will start out with. It's very easy to forget, you know, how many mechanics there really are that are specific to Mario Maker. I was going to shoot these guys with the arrow, but there we go. I was going to give the chomp a bit of a bump. Oh, yeah, I just did that. That might have been a bad idea. Okay, we are locked. Let's try to give that a rethink. Oh yes, and you warned me about that in chat. Soft lock and the chain chomp. Yes. That's the thing. Hey, let's look at the right side first, just to see it. Yeah, I guess you have a bit of the mechanical instructions here too, of course, for people who are Link novices. Yeah, that's the thing about an obscure lock, or one that you let slip by, is that when you start submitting to streamers, they will absolutely find that stuff quickly and usually accidentally. Yeah, we've seen that route, so let's just see this side for variety. Okay, I see. This is just deflect the ball over. So, nice little light puzzle mechanics intro. Okay, here's more Triforce. That cloudy Master Sword to the right. And slap some of this. There we go. And it's just back to this segment, yeah. Hey, that's familiar territory. And we'll just blast some of that out of there. And back up we go. Interesting segment to the right side we had not seen previously because we took the keys off the wigglers. I think that's what I did differently anyway. Yes, that's right, because we went up. So let's take the other branch just to see it. And I guess this is built for you to take a cloud anyway. This is kind of a fun mechanic that I haven't seen very much of. Always like interesting uses of clouds, of course, but I guess this merges with the left side path, so we'll just do that. And bump that. Awesome Lamp, welcome back. Okay. And up we go. But yeah, really quite a lot of different mechanics to play with here, as I was saying. On second thought, let's just, let's not do that again. Yeah, you can see why it's very tempting to go up there. Now, that is kind of a bombable location if I want to bomb it, but I would have to make my way back down first. and survive. Oh. Very near thing there. But we can do it. Look at that muncher stacked to the right. Okay, here we are. Okay. Gonna snipe all of those guys off, and up we go. So long, Chain Chomp Soft Lock. This looks like an arrow shot for sure. Whoops. And okay, through we go. Oops. And down. Oh, that's going to be a stiletto. And so yeah, Awesome Lem, thank you for Porcupuffer Pond. Looking forward to seeing what you've been doing with the Porcupuffers. We can go left. No, we shouldn't. We've been there. There was this one maker I knew very early on in Maker 2 who I haven't seen in a while, actually. It was a Tilder, I think, who really loved doing this kind of stuff where you would traverse a whole level just to break it open with, you know, one really dramatic motion right at the very end. Anyway, that was kind of a very neat use of that, as well as... Oh, I see. If you are out of the stiletto, I think you can't actually get through here because you drop before you're able to get in the pipe. But the stiletto makes you 2 tiles wide, which allows you through. I don't see that kind of gate very often. In terms of pipes being accessible, you know, over a 1-tile gap. So long as you're in stiletto form. That's one kind of pipe lock that I'll have to remember, for sure. And Breaker, yeah, you know exactly which level I'm talking about. That's right. Anyway, thank you for that. And yeah, that's exactly what we did. Link climbs the tower and slams his way back down. So yeah, really just the soft lock with the chomp to take care of. But other than that, in pretty good shape. Biggie Swolls, if you are still here. Might want to check in quickly. And yep. Okay, 4W9. 0GN. Monosodium glutamate. Not found. Was this the code that you revised with the new code in Biggie Swallows? You might want to check that. And Breaker Tech, thank you for dropping by. And yeah, hope to see you around. Oh, that's an... Oh, M5G. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Totally misreading that. Right when I was saying something about MSG. Okay, M5G. Secret would keep... Oh, I see that this is a new revision with no clears on it thus far. So yeah, for those of you who had not seen this last week, I had beaten an earlier version of this, but only out of one of the exits. So, rather than going directly for the first clear, we're going to try to playtest one of the other exits. And to do that, I need to move fairly briskly, I think. Let's see how much of this I remember, and how much has changed. So yeah, if I remember what I'm doing here, I'll be pretty much straight up spoiling some of the early puzzle solutions. There we go. State switch there. Oh, interesting. That's no longer... I don't know if it was ever player triggered, but let's get through here and find out. Okay. Let's see how much of this I remember from a week ago. Yes, it used to be player triggered. I knew it looked different. And I know you've been doing a little bit of cheese protection, regardless. and we'll see what has changed. Whoops. Skewer. There. Right, we need the other Yoshi's shell. Probably not going to move quickly enough here to get that clear from the start, but we could try to do the puzzle from CP1, perhaps. Somebody figured out you could still do a POW jump there, yeah. That tends to be a very common vulnerability with puzzle levels like this. Not the first thing that I would have seen fall to a POW jump. Anyway. Do I want the mushroom? Probably. And then we'll do this. Get the P-switch out of the dispenser. And if I recall, yeah. So yeah, for those who were not here last week and hadn't seen this, the idea behind this level is that you have different exit puzzles depending on which checkpoint you respawn from, because that would affect which hard blocks are already broken. And that changes a couple of things with the state switching and the gating. And so I had done the easy clear from CP2, but not anything else. We'll see. I've been flubbing a few things here, and I know that there are a few kind of execution checks that I occasionally have difficulties with. Okay, break that open, and then we respawn through here to break the lower location. Start is a little easier in CP1. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. In terms of puzzle difficulty, you're saying. We should drop Yoshi to the left side first. If I can get him through the... I haven't toggled the switch yet. Okay. Right, because of the Cape Flight segment, yeah. You have to remember this stuff. Okay. So let's get off Yoshi. Right, because it's red Yoshi that we have to take through there later. Oh, yeah. Have to pop this as well. This is one of the things that does change between start and CP1. The other thing being the keys, if I remember accurately. Missing that is one of the execution checks. The shell deflection with Boom Boom is the other one that tends to worry me a bit when it comes to just pure input accuracy. Whoops. Yeah, less time to figure it out. I see. Yeah. I mean, that's very much how this is designed. Okay. So yeah, I might just try to do the CP1 puzzle regardless, so we're not spending as much time just redoing the early execution stuff here, but we'll see. I'm sure that by the time I'm done with this level, we'll see all three exits in some form. And anybody watching this, if you're trying to snipe first clear, you can probably do so fairly quickly off the CP2 exit, because I've shown off most of the standard route already. I have to go a bit faster in terms of boosting at the end of this light path. Yeah, still heading a little bit low there. Nope, too early now. Yeah, this is, as I said, one of the things other than the Boom Boom shell deflection that seems to burn a bit of time. But some of the start and CP1 are shared and different anyway. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I feel like there's no way I'll get the clear from start at this point, just given how much time I'm burning on this thing specifically, so... Whoops. I didn't have this much trouble last time I played this. Come on, nope. You do have to be rather precise. But... We'll see about that. Nope. Hey, Nugu Kaza, it's been a while. Welcome back. Nope, too early. It's a pretty tight flight path. But I'll see what I can do with it. And thank you for Balloon Snowball Run. Okay, should be taking this long. I definitely did not have this much trouble last time. I'm not sure why I'm failing on this repeatedly now. No. It really does feel like that last spike at the entry point is a tad high, but I don't know if maybe that's necessary for some kind of protection, or if it's just there to make the execution tricky. So, that's one key. Tap this. Back. Note the pink coin in that location. Oh, there's an added pink coin now. Okay, so that's different. I'll have to rethink that, because I felt like the key off the pink coin actually was relevant to whatever it was we did last time. And, okay. So, that's going to be a repeated P-switch. No, not a repeated P-switch. Once it expires something... Oh, whoops, let's stop pressing that first of all. We go down? No. I also cannot swallow the P because I am... You know what? Why don't I just hit this? Why was I fussing with that? Anyway, 90 seconds, we'll probably just be trying to clear from CP1 at this point. It used to be that you'd have two keys at this point. Yes, I remember that. And I remember wondering about that because it would allow me access to the second room right away in terms of the Yoshi object segment in the second half, if you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, need to drop Yoshi here. Have a pathway up to the P-switch here. Get that within camera view. And yeah, I don't know if I'll make it actually 50 seconds. Okay. Here we go. And then we'll just try to do this accurately. Okay, oh, first try. That's unusual. Kind of helps to know what I'm doing, though. Checkpoint is to the right, isn't it? Oh no, we already hit CP1, actually. Didn't we? Yes, because that was at the on-off switch before Red Yoshi. Okay, we'll just have to clear from CP1, I think. Electrodude, welcome. Yeah, so this is going to time out. We're going to lose the key, and we're also going to lose the hard block demolition that's in the fly segment. But what I will do, because I actually have control over the matter, is I will not hit CP2. And I will try to see the exit, unless anything is different about the CP2 solution, of course. But yeah, I remember the CP2 placements to the right of Yoshi, and if we just don't hit that when we head over for the POW that I never wound up using last time anyway, we'll be able to solve the CP1 puzzle. Or at least get as far as we can with it. And Electrodude, thank you for your maker code. You did say that you had a new upload regardless, and so that's likely the thing that we will take, but we'll worry about that when we get there. Ah, okay, so that's how you gate that with the spawn from CP1. I remembered something similar. Okay, tap that, get up to the P-switch. You did change the CP2 end and it looks a lot cooler, okay. Well, what we'll do if the puzzles are effectively the same is that if I'm kind of spending way too long on trying to get the CP1 clear, I'll just do the CP2 exit grab first clear. Assuming that it works roughly the same way. But I'm going to make a fair effort to solve the CP1 puzzle before we try anything like that. Oh, let's actually do the timing challenge over here. Nope. And there we go. Mostly superficial changes. Okay. Now we know. So yeah, I believe one of the things that must be different, of course, is that since we don't have the key, we can't get into the central pipe. Star gives us Yoshi, so we'll definitely want that right away. And Yoshi also gives us access to CP2 and POW. We will not hit CP2, but let's check what's going on with the POW. Particularly because we do have this available. Yeah. I never did figure out what the POW is for. And of course, since I've grabbed it with Yoshi, I can't really soft drop it anymore. Okay. This is the gate to the segment to the left. Yes, and this is what's different, isn't it? The presence of a blaster gate here, because I remember not having to deal with the blaster gate. Interesting P-balloon in the top right. I wonder what that's about. Okay, so probably we just want to... I mean, we spend a power that nukes the piranhas as well as the bombs, but that's not what we need. We want to hit the on-off switch to see if that does anything. Elite MYT. Thank you for Sprout Tower in celebration of 25 years of Pokemon, by the looks of it, if I understand your Pokemon 25 accurately. Let's see what this looks like in the off state. In the off state, this is obviously still gated, but I don't see anything too different about the bombs. Wait, let's take a look at that one more time just to make sure I know what's going on. Oh, you know what? Swallowing Piranha gives me fire, doesn't it? But from that position, we can't actually hit the bombs, so let's... This is a very obscure interaction. I actually hardly see anybody use this even from playing a lot of puzzles. Like the Piranha to fire thing here. I don't think this is an angle that will be useful for anything really, though, so I should probably look for a different bomb ignition spot using fire. This is not going to be it because that bomb just goes down like that. Okay. So we know how that goes. Here's a bomb location right there. Okay. Whoops, didn't want to enter the pipe. I wanted to make a bit of a jump to hit the bomb from this side. Does that ignite? Yes, it does. And so when a bomb respawns from that location, it's probably going to fall into that location where it's trapped by either the blue or the red blocks. So I don't think that'll be accessible, but that's something to think about since we actually made some progress. Just going to scan around quickly to see if anything else is vulnerable to fire. I think I saw any other important bomb locations, but might as well scan around just to be sure. P-switch once again gives me access to the star. I don't see what else the star is useful for just yet. Yeah. Top side has broken open. I guess we should head over to the star location on the other side of the P and see if that does anything different. Other thing I should check is whether the P-switch affects anything in this location. And yeah, Elite and MIT, it's a pretty interesting puzzle level. We had solved one exit in an earlier version last week, but it's Interesting design with multiple exits depending on which checkpoint you clear from. So we're trying to solve some of the puzzles that we had not looked at. First clear on this version is available, though, for people who want to punch in the code and try it. Doesn't look like P-switch is going to affect anything in that room. Unless there are... Let's take a look again. No conveyors or anything. Okay, in that case, let's get back out this side. Let's see about that P-switch, actually. Yeah, P-switch to P-door. Okay. And, oh, the bomb is droppable. Okay. And the bomb can now be... there's no point in acquiring it, though. Because Yoshi swallowing the bomb in this game doesn't do anything that useful. However, if the bomb walks to the left, then it lowers this blaster gate. So how do we get it to walk to the left? It would be based on its deflection pattern when we drop it this way. It was still walking left to right when we dropped it previously. If we drop it right to left, it should be able to walk over. Issue at that point is I don't want to accidentally break it open. The other thing we can do is if I carry the POW over to this location and I drop the POW as Mario, maybe that will do what I want. Anyway, bomb drop seems to be the thing that we'll be looking for here. That's my main idea, so... Also, if I'm just Mario without Yoshi, I can just carry the bomb by jumping on it. Let's actually do something like that. We need to be careful not to take a hit, but let me just drop Yoshi. Let's let the star expire, given the time that we have available. Yeah, I feel like I need something like a... Oh, we don't need a POW, we can just jump on this thing. Let's just trap it. Now we're in business. Right, because this breaks open your path to the opening. Okay. And it allows me to take Yoshi to the opening segment and also gives me a fire clown car, which is going to be interesting because it'll allow me to break this. We have 15 seconds remaining, but since we are loaded at CP1, we will use that as a spawning location. Also, look at the blue pipe here. That's potentially something we can do, as in activate the on-off switch and then swing around to this side. Okay, that's progress. That's progress. So let's get back there quickly from CP1. And let's see how much further we get. I still have not found a use for either the POW or the Fire Piranha. The Fire from the Piranha, I should say. So that's something we have to keep in mind. That's... I don't know yet what the POW block is for. Okay, P-switch. Yeah, you need to let it spawn. Step on it. Do that. And we'll just wait. Okay. Forward. And yeah, this is just the drop zone. Gonna be Fire Yoshi to the left. And drop him in his running pattern. And get upstairs for the P-switch activation. I quite like that P-switch mechanic in terms of the collision with the blaster for the activation. I've seen that before in some of the infinite P-switch setups, but it's always kind of a nice one to know. Just to get a remote activation that is camera-based. It's a very neat mechanic. Yes, we need fire, so let's shoot the bomb. And let's just not spend too much time on booming the boom. Okay, first try, excellent. Okay, first priority should be Star. Star gets us Yoshi. Right, we need Yoshi and Fire in order to do the bomb drop. The bomb drop allows us to pass through that segment on the left side. So, no need for the POW, but we'll take the pink coin regardless, because that might be important. I don't think the POW gives me anything interesting yet. It might be part of the CP0 solution from start, actually. I suspect that's what's going on. Okay, Piranha's gonna be next. And... yeah, Elite MYT, I mean... the stuff I've shown off in this stream has been new to me, but a lot of the early segments of the puzzle I had plenty of time to figure out when I played this. Over 2 segments last week, in fact. So, I mean, it definitely took some time to know the early stuff and know how to speed through it accurately. Okay, so bomb location is open. Next thing will be the star segment to the left, and we don't need to P-switch for that because we can just run through this corridor here. Yeah. Okay. So let's unstick the bomb first of all. And let the star expire, bomb this location to the left, and then switch back to the on state, because that will get me to the blue pipe, which may or may not be something useful. Okay, great. No, switch back to... what did I say about switching back to red? There we go. Yoshi is probably going to shoot me from the car. Very friendly Yoshi. Okay. Yeah, that was a bad idea to leave Yoshi in there. Because the car just keeps rising, and it also shoots you. Oh. Yeah. Momentarily noticing the bomb location in the checkpoint area, but I think that's a clear from CP0 thing. So. Clues on the walls for POW. Yeah, I'll look at that when I get back there, I suppose. I haven't really been reading a lot of the visual markings very much, like, you know, this marking here, or some of the things on the walls later on. That's something I'm probably underusing in terms of not actually taking advantage of whatever visual information you're trying to communicate with me here. I did notice some of the ones that signal getting within range for activating the P-switch, but by then I was already pretty accustomed to mechanics, so... yeah, I see, because you have the indication telling you, you know, that power-ups are going to be available in certain locations. I think sometimes when there's enough visual information on the screen, I tend to have a bit of tunnel vision for the things that I can actually interact with. But that's true of platforming levels as well, that I generally don't read markers very well. Which doesn't explain why I play so many escape rooms, given that escape rooms are like 90% processing visual information. But okay, let's dump that shell. And okay, going much better than the cape segment earlier. Okay, P-switch. I needed to keep that activated, actually, so let's reactivate the P-switch first of all, just to get that refreshed. Okay, back to Yoshi. Nope. Forgot about the on-off state, didn't I? I'm gonna lose too much star time here, I think. Yeah, gotta do it. Redo it. Don't know why I hit the on-off that time. But clearly I do want the off state in order to get through here quickly. Let's take a look at that POW clue. It's just telling me that that's where to obtain the POW, though, right? Oh, I see. So the clue for how to use the POW is somewhere different entirely. Don't know how to interact with this blue spike top on the right either. But we'll see about that. I just haven't interacted with that. I was not too surprised to see the exit back to the Chain Chomp segment near the beginning. I had noticed that Chain Chomp location my first time through the entrance. So it was a matter of time before that became relevant to our interests. Smack this guy, and then to the left for the bomb. Yes. Okay. Ding dong. And then we pass through here for the bomb segment. 300 seconds remaining, making pretty good time. Okay, don't want to start just yet. Okay. And then we'll make sure to change this. Maybe even stomp that chomp while we have the star. Okay. Okay, new territory. So this is back to start. Ah, I see. So we probably still want fire here, because if I have a diagonal firing pattern from the Piranha Plant, we can hit the on-off switch up top. Now, why would we want to do that, though, is a good question. Because if we stand here and we fire to the left, we can hit that bomb. And the visual indication seems to be telling me that we want Yoshi to be using fire anyway, so let's bust some things open. Oh, you can bust this open too, so that's interesting because it allows me to go through this passage here. It does have a damage gate, but I mean, it just dismounts Yoshi, right? And I can just reclaim him. There is a door under that damage gate, though. Look at that. Hidden door. Okay. I think it's a key door, though, by the looks of it. Okay, let's go back here, grab the fire off the Piranha Plant. So yeah, we'll just have to think about how it's matched, probably to the other side in that central segment, but yeah, this room is completely gated off to us for the time being. Let's move on through here once again. Oh, you know what? I could have just gone over. That's okay, we have fire. And that is what is important. Pop that. Hey, that's convenient. Okay, back to the entry room. Let's stand here, hit the switch, and that will release me down to the red pipe in the bottom. Yay. Interestingly, that also allows me to escape back to this door if I wanted to go back to start. I have to go back to start because this is not actually an entrance. Going back to start with Yoshi, though, gives me what? It gives me a state switch. And that doesn't actually allow me to progress past what we had earlier. I guess that's just kind of a trick as a dead end. Yeah, you've been telling me that you don't think people will figure this out, but let's try the red pipe at the bottom if we haven't already. Also notice the P-switch gating this pipe over here, yellow pipe. Let's not make the same mistake we made with Yoshi earlier. And yeah, we could totally come through here quickly with the P-switch active because it's right outside the P door. The issue is that I do have to lose Yoshi here at least briefly. Let's check the yellow... Sorry, let's check red first. Okay, let's check yellow next. Yellow is the entry point to the level, though, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken. Okay, we'll think about that. So yeah, we've broken some things. We've taken the clown car over. What I don't know how to do is get additional... Ah, no. That's not how we came in. Okay. Just rethinking everything here. Because we came into this segment through the door. Let's get the P-switch and let's figure it out from there. So... I probably do want to reclaim Yoshi, but we'll see. Yeah, Yoshi... you know, give him control of the clown car and he'll just plot against us, so... Okay, off state is what I want. Ah, okay. That's a no. Alright, worth checking. Well, main progression point over here seems to be using this somehow, but... Yeah, because we activated a switch, we saw that this was a load of nothing. It could be that we... You know, it's possible to grab a bomb and bring it through here. It's totally possible. Given the bomb location up top, yeah, we are totally within reach of actually carrying a bomb. Not dying, maybe? No, I don't know. Bomb comes through here, it ignites... Yeah, I don't know about that. When I die, stay in a checkpoint room. Oh, okay, so it's kind of like some kind of timing gate based on on-off state. Oh, stay in a checkpoint room and look around. Okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, I'm aware of this bomb here that blows these guys open. I guess we have a way to loop around a level and get back to the intro segment with Yoshi, but... let's just try that. One thing I didn't do was kind of take Yoshi through that loop through the blue pipe and progress it back to the beginning segment to see what we can do, but we'll see if we have time to make that loop. And yeah, Biggie Swallows, as before, this is something that we may just have to do in multiple segments. I may go for that first clear on CP2 anyway, just to see the new ending that you put in. But we'll see how well we can progress. Anyway, let's bomb this guy out. Yeah, so maybe after next timeout if we're not making any headway on this segment here. But I'll probably at least redo everything up to Blue Pipe. Just to try out some ideas I had. Or how to progress past that. Okay. On that. Yeah, looking forward to showing that off, for sure. If the CP1 puzzle is as hard as you say it is, it will probably take a bit more work anyway to navigate. Given that the clown car does seem to open up quite a bit of freedom, and there are, of course, a number of interactive elements we haven't used at all. One thing I should be keeping my eyes peeled for, of course, being the place to use the POW block. Okay. Back here. I don't know why I keep thinking I should grab that coin, given that the coin is mostly relevant to the segment past the Piranha Plant Gate. But, no harm in doing that, so. Okay, back here with Yoshi, grab fire. And we'll head back over here. Hit that. Whoops. My mistake. Let's redo that. Yeah, noticing the key door under the yellow segment was probably important as well. Okay, let's redo this. Oh, I guess... Yeah, these locations are telling you where to stand to shoot accurately, aren't they? Because here, the lower diagonal was supposed to hit the bomb while it was on camera. I get it. I wasn't doing it that way, but I get it. Yes, now we go through. And yes, as you were just saying in chat, you can shoot fire while standing on the ice block. Fascinating how often I notice these things just as the makers reveal them in chat. So it looks like I'm just kind of taking credit for whatever it was you said when it was actually just a coincidence. It happens a lot on this stream. Suspiciously so, in fact. Okay, E-switch through that element isn't going to do anything for me. Let's go back to this. Oh, we want fire, yes. Let's go back and grab fire. Okay, fire. Here we go. And back we go. Yeah, this is fine. We just want the on states. And we don't actually need the clown car for anything other than a bit of demolition. Let's shoot this first, so we're not messing around with priority issues when it comes to firing. Couldn't remember off the top of my head whether the clown car projectile takes precedence over Yoshi. I didn't think it did, but... You know, sometimes I know these things mechanically, and I just don't remember them on the fly. Okay, you loop around, and come back with Yoshi, and then... What does that allow me to do? Ah yes, it changes the on-off state, which is how we got through the intro segment to begin with, through the blue pipe. But that's where I came out in the first place, wasn't it? Yeah, because that's the entry pipe. So we came back through the entrance, and then we have to see if there's a state change when we come back to the early part of the level. The state change seems to be mostly just the fact that we have dropped the blaster gate. And having dropped the blaster gate... Oh, hey! Wonder if that does anything. And that may or may not be spawn blocking something. Let's go back and take a look. Because if it is... No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, because now I've blocked my way off from the starting point of the level. And I have to think about how to progress through here. So yeah, on next timeout, I am going to clear from CP2. So... I mean, I guess that would actually give me one more attempt on CP1, if we're being perfectly accurate about it. Bomb. Is there a place I can use to bomb? Let's think about it, because if I release the bomb and somehow prevent it from being trapped, I can take it through where? We've checked both pipes. Bomb might actually uncover something in this location, but you don't really clue me into that visually, so I kind of assume you're not going to do anything that opaque. This, of course, is newly open. This is one of the few things that's newly open, in fact. Both of these segments. Oh, this gives you POW. This should give me POW. And this should also uncover the other key door. Yes, okay. Okay, let's think about this, because... timeout in a level... yeah, I'll think about that when we get there. Hopefully that doesn't spoil too much. Anyway, POW block gives me something. All of these get me across, but... we'll have to think about this, because I did have access to the POW block to begin with. And the POW blocks here mostly act as a gate that allows you to go back over to grab either the extra egg or the extra fireball with Yoshi if you were doing this from CP0, I guess. With 2 keys, if I remember that accurately. Can't take the clown card this far as I recall. I'll have to think about that. Okay, I am going to grab CP2 anyway, I think. I am going to... oh, but you wanted me to respawn from CP1 to see the clue, right? I think we'll just review that for next time, so we can start CP2 and just have one attempt there. And next time we get to play this one, we'll try to do the CP1 path over again. And if I remember, I'll be attentive to the visual clue. Yeah. So yeah, we'll just time out here and we'll grab CP2 since it seemed convenient to do so. Interesting, I could grab the spike tops there. I didn't really see the purpose of doing so, though. Okay, CP2, here we go. Okay, we have 1 coin banked already. POW doesn't seem terribly useful. Now, to clear from CP2, if I recall, works like this. There should be no blaster gate in this segment. Without a blaster gate in this segment, we needed something in order to escort Yoshi over. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, that's an on-off gate. Okay. We'll keep that in mind. Oh, I see, because that's activated by the on-off switch down below. Oh, interesting. Okay, because then if you clear from the start, then this path would actually be open, because the activation of that lower gate would blow this open by the time you get here. Okay, this is slightly different in terms of the placement. There's a bit of a plot here now. Yes, the upper damage segment is how we get 1 Yoshi across for the remaining coins, if I'm correct about that. So, we'll drop Yoshi on the right, wrap around, avoid despawning him, and catch him on the other side. So yeah, mechanically we have the same thing, it's just that we have a bit of a horror show now, thematically speaking. Very convenient to just drop on him directly. Grab the coins and the complete key, which is interesting. Because, yeah, last time I think we grabbed all the keys by the time we arrived at this location. Okay, so let's wrap around and use the key door to grab the second Yoshi. That's how I think this works. And yeah, pretty clean interaction there with dropping on Yoshi. So that seems to work rather well. Okay, with 1 key, we get access to Yoshi. I think it's with 2 keys that we have access to the extra fireball, which might just be a clear from start mechanic. And I'm also kind of looking at the top segment to see if... okay, so there's no key door that's matched there in the top segment. Which makes me wonder, actually, if the Piranha Plant path is actually interactable. I'm going to check one thing here. I guess with no Blaster Gate in this location, there's probably no accessible Piranha either, is there? Because if there were... Yeah, no Piranha. Okay, didn't think so. Yeah, because having access to fire like that would change a few things. Only CP1 gets that Piranha. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought so. Yeah, because otherwise you bust through here and... Yeah, I was looking at vulnerabilities to the clown car specifically. What am I even holding in my mouth? Ah, yeah, second Yoshi, okay. So let's go back to the fortress within a fortress. Nintenium, welcome back. It's been a while. It's been a while because of me, not you. But we are back, and hopefully we'll get to you soon. I am going to be closing the queue fairly soon, because at the moment it's already going to be a pretty tall order to get through the rest. Also, I just noticed this head with a toothy grin up here. Okay, so this is where we spit and hatch the second Yoshi, except we want to run this guy as well. Yes. And yeah, hopefully we'll get to you. I don't know if I'll get that far into queue today, but it's always good to see that you're still making and submitting. And yeah, looking forward to seeing whatever you have in store. Okay. Fire spot with a bomb over here, of course. Not going to be that long a reach. Hang on. And yeah, interestingly, we are already in the on state. Yeah, we do want to toggle it over here. Drop the bombs, that allows me to take the other Yoshi down the bottom level. Yep. So yeah, those of you in queue, thank you for waiting so patiently. This will be to clear because we already solved this part when I played an earlier version, so... Okay. I can run Yoshi through. Excellent. Not that there's much point in doing so, so... And Snake Behavior, thank you for submitting Turian, which... I don't know if that's your level or your maker name, but thank you anyway. Okay, easy record for people to beat if they want to go for that. And thank you for your immense patience seeing a puzzle level that we had seen in various configurations before. I will be closing the queue at this point. Traditionally, I try to guarantee that we get through the rest, but I don't know if that will happen. I will try, though. Let me just edit my stream title quickly to indicate that we are in fact closed. And we'll just take the sharp drop-off in viewership that usually happens when that is the case, but, you know, just out of fairness. And let's see who's still here. Magnet Sphere, you are here because you just said GG, and thank you everybody else for the GGs as well. So yeah, Snake Behavior, I guess we will be skipping straight to the end of whichever Metroid concept you had in mind. But first we'll look at Magnet Sphere. And hey, somebody liked that. Breaker Tech, if they are still here. Anyway, Magnet Sphere, let's take a look at SHM. UXG. Driftwood. Float on a deadwood raft. Try not to capsize. Lots of one-way panels to wall jump off. Whoops. My bad. Let's do that again. And yeah, snake behavior, we'll hopefully get to that and see the difficulty tuning. Okay, Magnet Sphere. Given that we are looking at something that is sub 1%, I don't know necessarily if I'll stay long enough on this to get the clear. I know that I've been going a bit long on some of the earlier levels tonight. But we'll see how we do with this wall jump mechanic and evaluate from there what looks doable. So, okay, Stump here does what? Ah, okay. Everything is on a bit of a timer. Okay, the Stump does swing to the right side, though. We can... Oh, this is Super Mario World, what I'm doing, trying to wall jump. Okay. Still conditioned to wall jump off one-way panels from that one we saw much earlier. I think the idea is to get on that Stump and let it take me up and dodge one-way panels that are going to try to push me off. Okay. Cool concept, actually. I mean, tricky to play with, but actually kind of neat. Like, often you see very haphazard arrangements of one-way panels and you think you're going to be in for something totally disastrous, but this is actually pretty creative. Anyway, indications are to jump over. I still need to read this accurately. I think I am doing that too early. Because it does seem like you're indicating every jump, though, so... Yeah, I guess I'm not supposed to make that jump yet until I get blown over on the next pass. Okay. So yeah, let's just go back to the left first, get blown over here, and then, yeah. Interesting deft sequence too, that gives me just enough time to see what went wrong. There is going to be a little bit of memory involved, I think, given how sometimes when you see an indicator like that, you're not supposed to go right away. There we go. Right, and you go around so that doesn't crush you. Okay. So, Magnet Sphere, I'm just going to say right now, if I don't clear it in this segment, given that this is kind of a level that you learn as you go, I probably am open to trying this in multiple segments if I don't manage to get too far. And we'll just learn it a bit at a time, so... no, it's not even that hard execution-wise. A lot of it is just reading accurately and being able to expect when those collisions are going to happen. Okay. So we need to drift back down. It's just that there is that minor element of memorization, that's all. Whoops. Yeah, but this is pretty inventive. I hadn't seen anything quite like that as far as stump mechanics go. I keep thinking that I should do that on the first pass, and I know from experience that is not actually the case. Okay, so let's just ride this down. And it will be on the second pass here. Okay. Interesting straight jump. That is marked up top. I see. That's why. I was completely expecting something like that. It was just a matter of catching that timing as I go. Okay. And let's just wait this out. too late. Yeah, I don't actually see that many arcade survival concepts like this anymore. There are some makers that really specialized in this kind of thing early on in the game, but much rarer these days, I think. So, okay, it's gonna be straight up here. Yep, there we go. A little bit late onto the consecutive jumps there. Yeah. Part of the difficulty is that I'm reading both my pattern and the Stump's pattern when it comes to collisions with the one-way panels. So, you know, when you're watching both collisions at once, that's where things can get a bit tricky. Yeah, I know, indicators are never clear in real life when in real life you're hopping around stumps that are floating on parachutes. The last time I did that in real life, that was not very clearly indicated at all, and, you know. The less said about the ensuing injuries, the better. Okay. Let's see how far we get. Oh, whoops. Yeah, given this mechanic, now that I think about the 0.5% clear rate, I'm actually more optimistic about this than I was going in. Because it's very much a pattern reading challenge more than anything too technical on the part of the player. And you just kind of have to learn it with a lot of deaths over time. Okay. Nope. Too late. But yeah, just need to see as much as we can, I think, and take it part by part. I mean, I think the markings work well as memory aids once you've already seen certain elements once. There is a certain element of memorization until you do that, simply because of you overlap certain locations, but I don't think it's, you know, blind in a way that's unfair. It's just that there is a learning process in a way that a lot of arcade survival does have a learning process attached to it. They're like rusty handrails on stairs, yeah. If you're talking about the indicators or one-way panels, actually survived a bad decision there. Whoops. Okay, here we are. I think generally, even in a normal level, or a comparatively normal level, visualizing the collision around one-way panels is already something that can easily throw you off. You have to develop a certain eye for playing around them as an element. Because even in standard levels, I actually have a lot of trouble with, you know, when to expect collisions on very short notice. Particularly with those corner positions like that. Okay. Oh, try to do a bit of an emergency adjustment there. That was a terrible idea. Inched a little bit further, though. Oh, whoops. Okay. I have to say the Gusty Garden music is very appropriate for this. And I'm sure that anybody who has been playing 3D World has been hearing that often lately if they're all the way up to Champions Road. probably spent more time listening to Gusty Garden in Champions Road than I ever did in Galaxy itself. Although I haven't played standard 3D World in many years, I did play Bowser's Fury on stream when it came out about 2 weeks ago, but yeah, really looking forward to blowing through all of 3D World again for sure. Anyway, like I said, very fitting choice of soundtrack here. You could easily see another maker going for Delfino Plaza in a level like this, and that would give it a very different atmosphere. Okay, down we go. And back. I see now also why you call it driftwood, in a very literal sense. Yeah, a little bit late on that interaction once again. Really do need to go immediately and catch both swings. You made it so that the stump swings with a tempo? I don't think it does. Notice how you can clip the wings? But only if you're dead already. Clip the parachute, rather, by forcing it to land prematurely. Okay, there we go. Have to do a bit of a curvy jump in mid-air. That's what throws me off sometimes, is that you need to swing your way around the one-way panel. Or at least psychologically, I think that's what I'm encouraged to do, but one-way panels, like I said, can throw me off sometimes. Okay, back we go. I think the depth marker locations on this must be pretty interesting to see as a maker. Up. Yeah, just a straight jump there. Too early. Yeah. Alright. And again. Up we go. And we'll wait that one out. Yeah, that was just sloppy. Okay. Surely this will be the attempt. At least with some of the early stuff here. Yeah, curve our way around. Probably don't need to go that curvy for that jump, but you know, I've been conditioned by all the squish depths that we had in that corner previously. Alright. Back we go. Ooh, okay. That seemed fairly close, but we avoided the collision. And that's the important thing. Yeah, it was a bit of a gamble there in terms of how to curve that jump, given that that was right at the point when the platform was caught by the twister, so I wasn't quite sure how rapidly it would be ascending. Why am I doing that? It's a bad idea. So, back we go. And we'll just wait this out once again. And here's the curvy location right there. Okay. And that jump's always a bit of a thriller. Yeah, too late on that. I need to do a pretty short jump there. Otherwise I'll be a bit too late on the adjustment. Oh. Mild brain fart there. Thought I was already down to that second panel where you do in fact have to wait. Yeah. And mild brain fart the other way now. That's the only indicator I've had trouble with, though, in terms of blind reads, simply because you revisit that location a second time. And it's early enough in the level that it's not a hard one to forget. It's just easy to get mixed up after you've progressed for long enough past that point. Okay. Onward. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to make that jump. My timing was just off. I knew what I was supposed to do there with the vertical line, indicating the second jump as you boost up. But the boost timing from the point at which the stump is getting maximum speed off the twister is definitely something you kind of have to learn. It's a very unconventional movement. Like right here. Okay, doing better. And then up, like that. Okay, new territory. And back. And back. Yeah, once again, it's the locations that we retraced that can throw me off. We can see the exit door already. Oh, interesting, because that's where the stump is going to land. On top of that spike. Okay, we actually made a reasonable amount of headway blindly on that attempt, so that was pretty satisfying. So we just need to get back over there and learn that pattern as that location gets retraced a second time. And let's just take the upswing. A little bit late there. Oh, interesting that if I am a little bit late, I can jump both panels at once. But that point, I'm probably not playing according to a very reliable pattern. Door is GG? Yeah, I figured. You did say it was short. Whoops. Yeah. Like I was saying, the indicators are a good memory aid for things you have already seen. And as we demonstrated in that last attempt, some segments here can be done pretty blind. It's more that when locations are revisited a second time that things can get a little bit uncertain at first. And other than that, just the main point of uncertainty when you're playing through this blind is, whoops, that sudden movement of the stump being caught by the twister. And you have some time to learn that. It's more that that's, you know, a pretty unconventional thing to be writing as it is. Anyway, let's go back. And back. Okay, decent progress so far. Okay. And then up. There we go. Okay. Then... Yep. And here we are. Safe landings. Beautiful. Very happy with that one. I mean, there just were the uncertainties with the indicators that we have talked about at great length already. And I was very close to the record. I guess I just stalled a little bit too long on the stump before entering the door. Very happy with that one. Okay. Let's continue. And it's Mang again. I actually didn't see you queue the second level earlier, which will be nice to see. Yeah, so Mang, since we did spend quite a bit of time on the first one earlier, if I'm running a bit too long on this one, I might fail on it early, but that depends on difficulty, of course, and 3.8%, I don't imagine that's going to be an issue unless it's just a high clear rate from lots of reset points. Anyway, here's Moon from November. Let's see, when in doubt, hold Z or jump. And Magnet Sphere, I raised the clear rate, yeah. I actually didn't see by how much, but I think I can just look over it afterwards. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we need to get the slope slide interaction here. Wait, hang on. Not enough momentum. Let's... Okay. Now, why would you possibly want to spin interaction here when it's very clearly supposed to be using the slope slide? I think this is actually just deliberately misleading. Anyway, we'll jump to get out of that guy. I actually am going to trust a marker just in case there is some kind of secret Meg mechanic that I don't know. No, that's not going to be it. Okay. Okay, I was trying to hold down to slide into that and was not quite getting it. I am trying to see, like, in one sense the Z indicator looks like it's a total troll, but in another sense sometimes these things actually are some kind of hidden momentum mechanic that Meg has discovered, and so... For example, there was one way in which I was sliding directly over this, and... Let's see, really... Yeah, let's try to get a bigger boost off of this. That is strange. Oh, look at that. Okay. Interesting. Oh, no, we just didn't get the jump, though. I'm not supposed to get a jump, I don't think, because the jump state takes me out of the slide state. Right? So, like, you do an upward slide like that, the idea should be to get an interaction like this upslide using the conveyor to take you all the way up. And I don't quite see how to do that yet, but... Yeah, it does say that, and I am trying it. I am trying to hold it. And... there we go. Look at that. That's cool. Don't know how reliably I can do it, though. But let's try to do the bounce. And back into that. Truly a butt stomp. Okay. And yeah. There's a particular sequence in terms of holding Z and ducking, and I'm not sure what that sequence is yet. Something like that. I honestly don't know how you find these things. I think I should not hold down until I am at least on the slope. Yeah, so I wait until the last minute to get the slide, because otherwise the slide cuts too much momentum going upwards. There we go. Okay, and you can do a mid-air adjustment as well. That's important to know. Alright. Very important to play these in particular before Nintendo starts having problems with them, like they did with that high jump bumper level. Like I was saying, I can also see now the relatively high clear rate from a Mang level, just given that there are a lot of these soft resets. Yeah, it's pretty crazy because, like, you know, when do you ever find yourself holding the shoulder button in SMP3? There we are. Okay. And then we just slide down here, I think, to get the bumper. Okay. This is going to be a bumper interaction up the slide. Here we go. A little bit short there. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, the issue here is that I'm holding down too early going into the slope. And so I'm not getting enough height, so I just need to hit the slide button when I'm kind of going up the slope part way. It is a great level. Okay, let's try this again. There we go. Like I said, I don't know how you find this stuff, but... Okay, we need to gain a bit more height for this one here. Done. Whoops. Yeah, remember the description: when in doubt, hold, jump, or... Well, hang on. Hold Z or jump. We don't want to jump until we are in mid-air, though, because we need to keep the slide. Right? But yeah, actually holding jump in there should have given me enough to work with. Crazy. That was actually a ton of height that we got that time. Up we go. And of course by Z, oops, I thought it was holding down there. I'm actually using the R button as my standard trigger for these things, but I guess that's mostly a GameCube convention that, you know, all the Smash players in particular are just used to thinking about that button positioning as Z. Okay. Okay, there we go. No, not quite. Not quite. Almost there, though. I should actually not really be using the slide at all, then, maybe. No, I have to get projected up that thing. Okay. Almost there. Okay. Hang on. I wonder if I should actually just get the jump here instead of the slide. No. Looks like it should be a slide. But if it's in keeping with how the rest of the level has been going. Yeah, almost there. Let's try to build up more P speed. Whoops. Build up, build up. Turn back as soon as I hit the spring, yeah. Good advice. Very good advice. Same idea here, I'm sure. Very nice. Let's not fall back down in this location, that would be embarrassing. Okay. Checkpoint, that's rather important. Oh, that's going to be quite a burst of speed. Let's grab another one just to start this up accurately. Nope, not quite. Nope, too early on the duck. Let's try this again. Nope, too late this time. Okay, all the way up. Wonderful. I probably need to keep the star going into this location, but that's okay, we made it. I needed to actually catch the cannonball, didn't I? Land on it accurately. Okay. Just a matter of finding out timing then. Nope. Let's wait for the next cycle. Nope, bad idea. Okay, that's fine. We've got this. Up we go. Nope. Up we don't. Probably need to grab the star again for this one. Indication seems so. And yeah. Pretty fair margin of error, actually, to get this done accurately. Okay. Looks like we'll need to catch this timing. Or, oh no, we'll catch it on the way up. Yeah. Let it fire and then... Oops. Bad idea. Let's not do that. Okay. Just wait for another shot here. Nope. No. And we're gonna need more height than that. Okay. Definitely don't want to slam right into that thing from below, though, so we'll have to figure this out. Nope. Need to go turn around on this. There we go. There we go. Very clean. Look at the Meng face at the very end on that pipe screen. E-switch? Alright, fine. I guess that's for the true ending, if we... There's a way to respawn into that? No. Yeah, that's a true ending P-bounce right there. Well, not for us. So yeah, that's gonna be GG. Okay, cool concept. Let's see how big a pile we have remaining. Should be Awesome Lamp. And thank you for the GGs. And the patience of everybody staying. And Awesome Lamp, yes, you are here, so let's grab S. ND 455 ELF. And yeah, Magnosphere, that was a pretty interesting elaboration of that mechanic once you understand, well, how to activate it. I wouldn't say understand what's going on because, you know, there's stuff with the way the engine is programmed there pertaining to the use of the Z button in SMP3 that is beyond me. Anyway, here's Porcupuffer Pond. Look at the very boat-like platform at the very start. In the cover image, I should say. It turns out Porcupuffers really like the taste of Italian plumber, which, you know, I guess it's just kind of like standard plumber, but with Italian dressing. Plumber bolognese. Anyway, about 3% on this. A fairly lengthy record time on it right now, but from a very small sample size of clears, so let's see how we do. Yeah, of course we're going to check this. Okay, just a 10 coin. And whoops. And of course the first thing we'll try to do is take the crate through, in case that accomplishes anything whatsoever. Okay, auto scroll. Not that being big helps you very much against these beastly foes. So yeah, basically Porcupuffer's survival auto scroll. Check the tree as always. And more crates to work with. Okay. Oh, that was a near thing there. Whoops. Okay, could have been worse. We could have been devoured. Goomba down below. Let's be careful with that. Okay. Just a matter of staying cool in locations like that. Oh yeah, it looks like there was an underbelly to this that we didn't see. A lower passage if we wanted to take the risk of swimming. And yeah, Porcupuffers are a lot of fun. Also absolutely terrifying when they do manage to go after you. Almost looks like a scroll stop location on the left side there, but okay, holding objects is really going to pay off for us here in terms of making swimming a little bit more manageable. Okay, we'll do that. And sure, we'll check everything here. More crates if you want to use them. Yeah, pretty nice gentle escalation of the platforming and the level of risk you take on here. We haven't been checking the water, of course, but, you know, let's be at least a little bit risk averse from time to time. And yeah, sure, let's take the lower route because, oh, no, bad idea. He's going to try to home in on us there. Whoops.
Oh, no.
A little bit late on that. Okay, got most of the way through in a reasonable fashion. This totally looks like a scroll stop spot to the right there, except it's probably just decoration, given the way that hard blocks are being used in the environment. So, okay, actually I have to swim this for once. Whoops. Ah, bad idea. Okay. Let's go out this way. That's probably almost a disaster. That's okay. We have crates. We have been sufficiently armed. Yeah, definitely. Skirting with some trouble here. Whoops.
Oh no!
Didn't think we would be quite within range of that animation, but that was definitely a slight error in judgment. Okay. It's gonna puff. It's going to huff and puff and swallow our house down, probably. Yeah, snake behavior to collision logic in the 3D world style is practically a completely different engine in general. There's pretty much all the stuff that is weird about the 3D world style has to do with the collision, in terms of, you know, generally their unwillingness to let certain objects overlap or intersect. But it's very true that, like, non-Goomba stacking is particularly strange given the context of what 3D World especially was capable of when it came to interesting things with Goombas. That this is the game that Goomba stacking is from, in some ways. I don't remember if they were in 3D Land. I thought they were. But it's been a while, you know, probably about a decade since I did 3D Land, so... Whoops. Well, wouldn't be a Porky Puffer level if that didn't happen at least once. The top route is the easier route, and if you go through the water, that's harder. Yep, yep. Fairly clear. That's what's going on. So there is, of course, a pretty strong incentive to keep your head above water. Whoops. Kind of a bad exit there on the surface. But yeah, there are a lot of strange things going on in 3D World generally in terms of how the engine handles collisions between enemies and various objects in the world. Oh, whoops. Okay, that was just a slip. I just missed the jump button. And yeah, snake behavior. I think you are right about 3D Land being the game that introduced that. Yeah, I did play 3D Land to a full 100% back in the day, but there's a lot about it I don't remember well. Whoa, 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 bad idea. Bad idea. Now we're being stalked. But anyway. Let's just be cautious. And yeah. There we are. And okay. Yeah, it's sort of interesting how much mileage 3D Land actually got out of the usage of the 3D effect. In terms of really taking advantage of depth perception in certain parts of its level design. And you can see in some ways that when you play 3D World or even Bowser's Fury, there are definitely places where you miss that depth perception in terms of how that style of level design interacts with the player camera. I mean, you miss it if you ever played with the 3D effect in 3D Land to begin with, which I know a lot of people didn't necessarily do. Okay, we're going to get a bit stuffed there that time. Okay. Yeah, no, we're in trouble. Okay. Here we are. And forward. Let's not miss every attempt to grab the mushroom there. And yeah, let's let him have a bit of fun. Not that much fun. Not that much fun. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that was much closer than was comfortable. But we made it. In the end, we made it. And sure, let's grab the top of the flagpole. As we should in 3D World. And yes, they are absolutely terrifying, Elite MYT. I completely agree. Thank you for the GGs. Okay, let's see what we have left. Nuku Kaza is going to be next. And thanks for checking in. Let's take a look at JPW. Like I said, not sure if I'll be not sure if I'll be running, rather, for long enough to clear the full queue, but I appreciate everybody staying, and I'll do my best to make that happen. Knock snowballs to the finish. Have fun. Here's a Team P-Balloon. Okay, so it's going to be P-Balloon deflecting some snowballs. This will be the second level I've seen from Team P-Balloon, I think. I did see the big DI program puzzle that was made for this project, which apparently had a massive difficulty rating to it. 26 seconds, we actually have to be quick. But let's get the initial read anyway. I see, so we had to bump the on-off sideways in such a way that... Oh, yeah, we bumped the snowball. Snowball hits the on-off, then we just continue swimming up here, yes. Just the initial read-through. Okay. We're a bit slow, but I feel like I need to go a bit more accurately in order to make the timer, but we'll see. It's a pretty generous clear rate, actually, so maybe it's not as good as it seems, but yeah, just gonna hold the dash here. Yeah, missed that. Okay, it is timed in such a way that holding dash from the start and flying accurately does make everything happen on time. Oops. Yeah, no, I should stop trying to run into that, but let's scout ahead anyway. Okay, so, yep, we need to collect those using the snowball bumps, and otherwise just stay on a safe flight path as much as possible. Actually, a fair amount of leeway with the flight mechanic itself, I think, by the looks of it. Yeah. Could be doing a little bit better on the turnaround there, but... Oh, whoops. Oh, I see. It can be bumped in both directions, yeah. And then this will be the end there when we make it with the clear condition active, of course. Oh, okay. Actually, we'd have to be there fairly briskly in order to have enough time remaining. I guess... Yeah, the pink coins are just from the... The key, rather, is just from the pink coins. So... Just need to beat the timer accurately, and we should be... Whoops. Missed a gate. Yeah, usually P-Balloon challenges like this are one of the only things in the game where I would prefer to use stick over D-pad, but I'm on the Super Nintendo controller right now, so I'm playing D-pad only. Getting in here with 4 seconds should be okay as long as I get to the key door, I think. 2, 1, ooh, don't like it. Yeah. Need to clean up some of the corners. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because you know the player is going to be holding up going towards that door. And so you pretty much auto-activate that key door entrance accordingly. Also, I kind of like how in a number of segments going up through the middle, the snowballs can be bumped in either direction, and even if you, you know, bump them in the direction that's not what you intended, you still activate the on-off accurately. So just actually fairly generous margin of error when it comes to the switch activation mechanics. Like I can just swim up and not worry too much about that stuff. Oh, interesting that I can just hit one switch and skip the rest. 5 seconds here, that's going to be slightly better than what I had before. Yeah, just a little bit short. But I know I need to tighten up a few corners here and there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, bumps like that will be enough to spoil the attempt. It doesn't feel super tight, but you do still need to be holding the dash the whole time and turning corners without colliding with anything. Feels very well timed, actually. Yeah, that's going to be something that gets me into trouble. Interesting conveyor belt there. 4 seconds going here is going to be too late. Even 5 seconds couldn't quite make it. 4 seconds will definitely not. Ideally, I want about 6 on the clock going into the final segment. Yeah, nice tight corners. Without bumping into things. Should be enough to do the trick. Yeah, nope, that bump will probably kill it. As would that one as well. Yeah, I'd be tempted to switch to analog stick for this, but I would have to switch controllers for that. So, only if I'm really having trouble. For now, D-pad's okay, it's just a little bit stressful on the thumb. Okay. It's going better than usual, at least. Yeah, bumping the conveyor belt is not actually going to help me there. It did, in fact, slow me down. Yep, didn't even make it to the door this time. Yeah, I did make it through with 5 seconds once, but probably pretty low on the 5 second zone, given that I died just before making it up the pipe. Yeah, I just can't really afford to lose much time on the turns, that's all. If you tighten the turns, everything else should come pretty easily. Yeah, that's not going to do it. That junction should put me at about 12 seconds. That's the benchmark I'm going for. 11 is usually a little bit too late, from what I've noticed. And I've been paying attention to the clock there simply because that is where I'm losing time often to bumping against a platform. Right here. Yeah, whoops, slowed down a bit too much there. 5 is minimum in the pipe to win, yep. That's what I figured. Yeah, just need to anticipate the turns a bit. One thing that does regularly throw me off about the P-Balloon is the time it takes to rotate. In terms of the rotation animation, that is something that you do need to compensate for often. Okay. Yeah, cutting right through big snowballs like that is actually a decent way to do things. 6 seconds, okay. Looking realistic as long as we don't totally bungle this part. 1 second there. Okay, so we need to not crash against a pipe and we should be through. Time's up. We're missing a second key. Interesting. Are we missing a second key? I didn't see a second key. Oh, you know what? Maybe we do need to do the full sequence of bumping the on-off switches. That's probably it. That's probably specifically what it checks, in fact. Because I was skipping the 3 consecutive on-off thing. Bowser Jr., you say. Interesting. Okay. Either that or we have to skip the first key door. Okay, interesting. Wonder if the on-off state affects anything going into this final segment then. Okay, I didn't actually intend to grab that, but... yeah, I need to hit all 3. I figured that was probably the thing. And I did miss one, yeah. I did see that. Yeah, because there's nothing that the on-off state affects past that point. So the main thing is that you do need to hit all 3 in order to activate the second key, I'm guessing. But even then, I was a little bit low on time going into the final gate. That was with 6 seconds going into that segment, so... okay. And yeah, that's what Junior is for. Okay, 6 seconds coming into here. As long as we don't flub this too much, we might stand a reasonable chance. At 0 already, though, I feel like time is going to be up. But let's see. Okay. Thank you for that, Nuku Kaza. 27 seconds. Wow, somebody really optimized this. I mean, I guess somebody who might be playing down the list in something like Team P-Balloon has those P-Balloon mechanics and turns really worked out. But yeah, being 2 seconds behind record is considerable room for improvement. Mr. Electrodude. And yeah, MIT, first try. Indeed. Okay, let's see how this goes. One of the best P-Ballooners there is, okay. Kind of interesting that one would be a P-Balloon specialist in this game. Bodacious Bullet Bouncing and Toho 11. Let's go for Bodacious Bullet Bouncing. This is very freshly created from this week. I'm sure you're eager to see it, so... I mean, I'm sure you've seen it already, but I'm sure you're eager to see me be all bodacious about it. And so yeah, Nugu Kaza, thank you for submitting. Okay. Yep. No, I needed to get to that a little bit earlier and then duck out of it. And then... that was fairly clear. I was just a little bit slow on the read there. Yeah, a bit too much of a slide. It's okay. Need to beat the auto-scroll a little bit to Get there in time, horizontally speaking. Yeah. Wasn't really reading the bottom left there, or I would have been able to catch that fairly easily. I bumped my head on the top left of that central element. Okay, back up we go. Yeah, interesting use of the bombs there for the various cannon placements in terms of making them dynamically timed. I guess that's how you would control the firing pattern too of some of these, so they're not camera dependent, but I don't actually know enough about stuff like camera timing in terms of bullet mechanics. Here I was clearly supposed to pick that up and then drop on top of a bullet. Pick up the Koopa, right? That's how I'm thinking about that. I was just a little bit slow on that read once again. Oh, whoops. Love that little skull in there, in case there was any ambiguity about the deadliness of the saw blade. Makes for a good central cog, though. Keep that thing rotating. Okay. Back we go. Yep. Cut my momentum a bit aggressively. And there we are. Whoops. Nope. There we are not. And up we go. Okay, I don't know why I was losing height on that jump there. That was just player error. And whoops. Yeah, I need to get a bit of a dash out of the big cannonball just to get a little bit more clearance over that top spike. There we go. Significantly better. I actually don't need the tall jump off of SMB2 for that. The normal jump will reach just fine, so I didn't need to dive to that hesitation there. Whoops. Did too much of a slide once again, but anyway, we'll get back to that segment and yeah, it's fairly clear to me that the SMB2 jump was excessive. Anyway, yeah, I love the accuracy of some of the cannon positioning here. I feel like I probably do need... I don't need a full SMB2 jump for that, but I would need to go a little bit earlier to go up on that cannonball. Then you land on a Koopa on the other side, and then it's going to be a timed drop off the Koopa from picking it up. That's how I'm understanding this so far. Okay, down we go. And yeah. Whoops. Didn't duck in time. That is the right idea, I think. I don't want to wait for the cannonball all the way to the left, for sure. Given that that would put me in a pretty perilous position relative to the camera. Okay. Yeah, I bought that as soon as possible so I can get on the Koopa's shell here. Whoops. And I'm just a little bit late. And I'm going to hang on to the Koopa shell. I have a feeling that I'll need to throw it somewhere, given the right arrows that are in the segment directly after. Okay. Pretty generous room for adjustment there. Yeah, let's toss this thing. Ah, cool little spin there. Yeah, excellent timing on that, actually. Okay, nope, needed to go to the right side, yeah. Everything is critical. And of course, all of the camera-based timings are just going to be synchronized according to the auto-scroll, so... Yeah, everything is pretty reliable, as always, when it comes to timing. Okay, still a little bit late on that drop. Yeah, the Koopa bit was really great, in that you can have just enough time to read it blindly and compensate for both the backspin and the pipe entry at the very end. Okay. There we go. High jump. No, I'm too late. I needed to go into last cycle for sure. Kind of interesting how long I could survive on that second cycle, although I think it was fairly clear that I wouldn't be making it further. Okay, there we go. Let's cut back on some of the sliding. And yet, that's just a bit of a dodging challenge. Oh, should have followed the coin trail. And we're going to have another Koopa pickup immediately after that. Oops. Not if we play like that, we won't. But we'll just see what we can do to fix that up. Okay. Okay, all the way up. And Koopa pickup once again. Okay, pretty straightforward, and then now we have, well, a dodging survival segment where we have to dodge the stars, so it wouldn't really be a final section in an Electrodude level without something that approximates a bullet hell, so... Not really a bullet hell, just a lot of dodging that has to be done on a timer. If you play enough levels by any given maker, after a while you really do get a sense of what design principles they tend to repeat, and this is very recognizable as a finale in the style of Electrodude. Nope, bad idea. Well, it's funny because not only is it a bullet hell with real bullets, but the bullets are your friends. They're not the things you're dodging. So it's kind of inverse bullet hell in that way. Bullet heaven. Okay. Staying low is actually a pretty valid strategy here. Nope. Not if we do that. Yeah, I remember seeing a lot of these concepts as being some of the earliest concepts that people used the moon for as well, like the moon that correlates with the angry sun. In terms of making it something that is worth dodging because you specifically don't want to clear the screen. And it's probably one of the better uses for stars as well. I think stars are probably better used negatively in Mario Maker, as in a design like this. Because when they just give you invincibility like they do in standard Mario, that's not particularly functional in most cases. I mean, I've seen some good ideas with them, but like that one Muncher level that was in 4YMM. But generally, you know, just taking the star for standard positive purposes doesn't really give you much to work with mechanically, and in some ways actually restricts the level design. Yeah, that's going to be a bad idea. I probably should have used the SMB2 long jump since I did have time to do that. Yeah, and the Mang level from earlier in terms of using the star as a bit of a speed boost for that final conveyor segment. No, still doing that mistake. I really should be charging up to jump if I'm on the bottom layer. Bottom layer is safe, but I do need an exit strategy every time, so... And of course I would take it that the checkpoint placement at the exit here is partly just to make sure the camera height is locked in place. Whoops. You were saying the Mang level we just played. I mean, you know, part of why I say we this and we that on the stream so much with these levels is that it does feel like a shared adventure, you know, between the viewers and myself. Yeah, no, charge jump wasn't going to give me anything in that position. I really did need to get myself out of trouble. So some kind of usable platform is going to land below the door, and we'll need to live long enough to find out what. Yeah, not like that. Okay. Riding up the top layer also works, but we're not getting anything else in a top layer anytime soon. Okay, that was the right idea. That's the pattern I want, actually. I just missed. But that is, in fact, correct. Okay. Yeah, I guess the idea is that I should be jumping on every cannonball in my... Well, not every cannonball, but many of them. Okay, there we go. Most of them. Sure, let's grab some 1-ups for Endless. And thank you for the level and the GG. Well, that was bodacious. Elite MYT. Thank you for your patience and for sticking around all this time. And yeah, I generally get high quality stuff all over the stream, so let's take a look at Sprout Tower. Happy 25th anniversary, Pokemon. Hope you enjoyed the special official video and announcement from the past day. I do know that you're finally getting the Gen 4 remakes as well as that open world game next year, so all the best of luck with that. World record of 26 seconds. One for each year plus one additional second. And let's give this a listen. I guess this will be music from Sprout Tower. I don't know my Pokemon well enough to know which game Sprout Tower is from, I have to admit. But we'll find out in the span of 30 seconds. I don't know why I did that. That was silly. Should have just gone under. Sprout Tower is Gen 2, okay. I've actually not played Gen 2, so that's why I wouldn't know it. Full track, though. I should have maintained momentum there. I was a little bit concerned about camera positioning, but nice decorative entrance at the start. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I do need to just let the camera do its thing for a bit, and then... Okay. Yeah, should have gotten into a slightly better position before the pipe scrolled onto the screen. You can tell that that was a big kill spot. This level isn't going to have much in the way of kill spots, but that was going to be a big one if you play a bit conservatively with your camera position, just to make sure you get dashes. And it was actually spots like that just now where I died, where the level was convincing me to kind of pull back a bit before running, but at the red pipe segment you definitely need to get ahead of the spawn, by the looks of it. Anyway, let's do some catching up here. Yeah, we'll just have to keep that in mind and drop in quickly, yeah. Very safe when you do see it coming. And all the way to the right. Okay, well done. Yeah, I think the issue with the red pipe is that if you are kind of conditioning yourself to pull back a bit on the auto-scroll, you don't really see the red pipe coming, and by the time you see it coming, it really can snipe you, but it's a neat moment when you do get ahead of it, so thank you for that. Okay, miraculously, we might actually get through the queue. Nintenium, if you are still around. Been a while since we've had a Nintenium level, but that's because I've been gone myself. Hey, you're still here? Great, thank you for checking in. Played a newest level, okay. I will take a look. Wet and sticky. You can't jump in the entire level. You made this in 2 hours. Okay. Thank you for offering me first to clear of this version. You can't jump. So. Ah, okay. So we'll just follow the lift down. Nice of you to give plenty of guidance when it comes to positioning. Yeah, just going to keep my finger completely off jump button. My thumb, rather, I should say. Kind of a fart fest going down that way. Okay. Just have to be fairly careful as the POWs start to drop off. Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, well signaled, actually. Usually with descents like that, sometimes the indications can be unhelpful, but that one, as you can see, was very easily cleared blindly, so thank you once again for offering me first clear. Hey, I believe it's snake behavior next. And thank you for your patience, snake behavior, and waiting all this time. Dorian, based on Super Metroid, and once again, thank you for offering me first clear. Really like the typography of the track lettering in the cover image. I usually don't see track lettering done that well, so that certainly raises my hopes for what you've done with decoration. Okay, so I mean, this is just the entry segment as we go down the familiar Metroid lift. So, interesting that we have a right path and a left path. Left path is Skull. And this is just a save station. Yes, that's why. So, this is what's going to happen when Nintendo does not give us a Samus costume. Like what we had for Link. Anyway, here's the Mother Brain segment as soon as we actually get there without the use of the helmets. Let's just do the jump. Don't know why I pulled back on that. We are not, however, going to respawn from the save station. That is just going to give us a power-up. Yeah, we can drop there too if we really want. Whoops, no, my mistake. Bad idea. Let's get back in and grab that helmet one more time. Right, and that's why you signal both the Fire Flower and helmet over the pipe as you enter. Everything else there is just, of course, colorful decoration. But... okay, now we're here. Just get rid of that guy and get a nice big run. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the bloopers are obviously supposed to be the Metroids. That's how I am understanding that. Whoops. Makes me wish we had the Ice Flower instead. But... unfortunately, we are not so lucky, so... whoa, okay. Let's back up. And, okay, let's just... pop that as well. Yeah, main thing I wish I saw in this game was the penguin suit, actually, from NSMB Wii. Okay, this save station is actually going to be a save station, so we'll gladly take that. Just have to remember when we respawn there, standing on top of the pipe, that there is a Fire Flower on offer. Okay. This will be the equivalent of the brain room. You can tell that you probably built this on an upper location because otherwise you would have used lava. And I guess we do need to just dash through like that. Yep. Yeah, pretty interesting use of Mario platforming to approximate the Morph Ball areas. Oops. Nope. Difficult to get that timing down, though. I guess we'll be small. Oh, I guess we won't. I do see there is that Fire Flower down there by the brain case, though. Double cherry would be. Well, in this context, pretty interesting, shall we say. Particularly in a game that's... I was about to say, particularly in a game that's multiplayer enabled, but then 3D World is multiplayer enabled, and having the double cherry available in some of those segments is actually pretty entertaining. Okay, really have to wait for the appropriate synchronization here. Doesn't always look like it's very open, but there we go. Okay, this is a safe location here, actually. Let's just stand here until Bowser does that to us. Yeah, we actually do need the flower. Okay, we can do that too. Now the thing is, if I lose the fire flower, am I just dead? Is that the idea here? Because I don't see how else to deal with Bowser. That's the only thing, is that... I guess, you know, maybe having a pipe spawn on the flower might have trivialized this, but... So you don't need to take to death in your own right. Okay. Well, we'll try to keep it. Yeah, only thing so far is that, you know, some of the fire and platform synchronization can feel a little bit unreliable, I think, for the Morph Ball segments. I like the idea of using the one-tile dashes to approximate the Morph Ball, but it can be a little bit touchy. I guess I just have to wait for the next cycle here. Nope. Yeah. Sometimes it can be a lot of waiting for the appropriate cycle if I miss one by accident. No. Too late. There we go. Nope. That's big trouble already. Yeah. Need to damage boost into the next flower, I guess. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit rough, I think. I actually tend to think that respawning power-ups in a boss fight... I know it wouldn't really be faithful, necessarily, apart from Samus permanently having the beam available, but... I find that they tend to be okay as long as you have to work for the power-up so far, as, you know, so you don't stand on the spawning location the whole time. I know some people are really sort of against spammy fights where you just sit on power-up respawns all day, but I think it's okay as long as you have to work to recover your position. That might make this a little more approachable. I really like this aesthetically, though. I think that the sort of visual flavor of making this approximate the actual Turian is pretty well thought out. There we go. But yeah, definitely I think the way that fight is structured can be a little bit rough, especially because preserving the Shelmet all the way to this location can itself be a bit tricky. Just a lot of stuff to dodge. A lot of stuff to dodge, okay. And at this point, I really do need to take the damage boost or I'm completely dead. So. We'll see. Clearly I need to keep the Shelmet for as long as I can, instead of losing it in that segment, if I'm able to avoid that. But we'll see whether I can, in fact, accomplish that cleanly. Maybe there is a clear timing for that. Okay. Seems like that first cycle was actually what I wanted, timing-wise. Nope, almost. Almost. Yeah, that was not going to do it. This cycle might, though. Nope, too late. Nope. Okay, just need to sweat this out. Yeah, sometimes some of the RNG from the Bowser fire can really throw off the safety pattern as well. I mean, that's the whole point of this challenge, I guess. But seems like the easiest strategy is just to take the damage boost and go forward. The only issue being that if you lose this last chance at the flower, like I just did, then you're in big trouble. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're using Bowser, the RNG that you get from the fire is just part of the package that you're dealing with, I guess. I think it's a pretty good analog to the Mother Brain fight, I think. The idea is actually really quite faithful, but definitely I think some of the timing challenges don't really feel like they're within the player's control. Like, it's a lot of waiting for the right pattern in some ways, but it's doable. I feel like I am slightly improving at it, but there are just a lot of those design issues to consider. Yeah, and of course having the Shelmet does help considerably when it comes to getting Bowser fire. Bowser RNG is like almost less of a concern than the synchronization issue when it comes to waiting for the safety window. I don't think I've actually ever made it through here successfully, and if you lose health by the time you get to the Fire Flower, instead of getting through there in a damaged state, then that can be a little bit rough. But we'll see. I mean, it takes a lot of shots to get Bowser down, so... Of course, it originally took quite a bit to get Mother Brain down as well, but particularly in the second phase. I assume you're going to have the second phase. Yeah. You were saying you had to position him carefully because he was originally shooting fire in one of the save rooms? Yeah. That was a big problem in Maker 1, actually, back before people had scroll stop. They were making that mistake a lot. I always wonder if this would be better if the platforms went a tile higher. I guess maybe they wouldn't lower you into the danger zone, but... Yeah, because they're aligned with the ducking location here right at the peak. That's a little bit of an issue. Maybe I should just sort of jump through that, though. But no, I think I actually do have to dash. There we go. It's the second one here that gets really tricky. Yeah, as you can see, already in big trouble. Okay. Yeah, I should just jump through instead of trying to dash every time. That's probably what I should have done. Okay. I think even with something like Fire Flower Respawn that the player can work to obtain, it's still going to be a pretty reasonably hard fight, so... As technically, if you survive to that point with a Fire Flower, you get 2 shots at him. Okay, have to just wait for this pattern here. Oh. Okay. Nope. That was a mistake. still miraculously keeping the fire flower, I was about to say, but that turned out not to be the case. Oh. Yeah, that's going to be a bit rough. We'll see if we can do it. I definitely think it's a pretty big spike in difficulty to only have that one chance with a fire flower. Technically you have two chances, but you know, I never actually make it there with the flower intact, so maybe that second analog to the morph ball in terms of getting through that one tile gap is a little bit rough given everything that is going on screen at that point. But I'll see if there's some way I can make that more manageable strategically. So, nope, too eager. Too eager, and now we're just in big trouble once again. Well, no reason at this point to not take damage. It used to be harder because the bloopers would fly in from the room below. Yeah. Really do have to watch spawn positioning when you build very densely. And I can tell with a level like this that you've really maxed out a lot of the real estate you have on a map. Okay. Let's just play this somewhat cautiously. Somewhat. Not going to be this cycle. Next one should do. There we go. Now, doing something similar. The next segment will be the challenge at, once again, yeah, a lot of incoming damage to deal with. Nope. Okay, might as well just go for it once again. And, oh, didn't realize I was going to get shot in that position. Okay. Alright, let's just see if we can get through it. Yeah, definitely surviving all the way to Bowser's position with the helmet still intact would be a massive boost to my ability to get through this. Nope. As I was just saying. Yeah, just... I mean, much as I appreciate the kind of morph ball idea of getting through to one-tile gaps in general in Mario Maker can be a little bit fussy. So, we'll see. I'm sure I can find some way to make that a little bit more manageable here. Yeah. Okay. Next cycle after this one, I think, we'll do. There we go. Also because some of the platform synchronization, I think, is going to be dependent on the player's positioning in terms of when you spawn them within camera range. So there's a little potential inconsistency there. But maybe not too much of one. It's mostly the synchronization with the fire that's the issue here. Okay, let's not get shot. Whoops. Oh, didn't realize I could jump through that, actually. Wasn't watching this decorative semi-solid very carefully. Yeah, we'll see if I'm able to clear it. Feels like I'm a long way from doing that successfully, given that Bowser takes a lot of punishment from fire, and I've barely gotten any shots off so far. Okay. Okay. Nope. Nope. Need to take damage anyway. Yeah, this is not going to be good. I do think 2 tile gaps would be better, yeah. I mean, the first one tile isn't too bad. The second one, it's pretty rough because you have to time it along with both the fire from Bowser and the cannonballs overhead. I think the first one's fine. The first one like really conveys the idea that you're getting across quite well. The second one, I'm pretty much never making it without taking damage. Yeah, first one, not bad at all. But you're not dealing with very much in that first one, right? In terms of other things that could potentially get in your way, which introduced some randomness. The way that Bowser introduces a great deal of randomness. Oops. Yeah. I'm at least staying alive this time, which is better than usual. Okay, not gonna work. That's good. We'll get around this way. Whoops. Oh, once again, same mistake, yeah. Thought I was going to dodge the cannonball, and that took me slightly high. But we'll just get back in there and see if we can make any improvements. We'll see, and we still haven't even seen the last phase, and enough of this recreation is faithful that I would assume there is a final phase after we get through the key doors. We can already see with the skewers to the left side. So yeah. Just some mechanical polish things. Really. The visual polish is excellent. I think the theme is very well conveyed. Just mechanically. You know, when you account for how much punishment he takes off the Fire Flower as well, that's going to be a bit rough to deal with. And I do kind of think that having something like a respawning Fire Flower in the final fight is fine, as long as there's a little bit of risk involved in picking it up. It's still going to be a reasonably hard fight. I think most fights involving Bowser in any context, most players are not going to be able to survive with one Fire Flower simply because of how much punishment he takes before he goes down. Or even just a finite number that you can get as a refresh. But I think it does kind of need to get nerfed. I'm okay with this first one as a one-tile challenge. I think it's actually a good timed platforming challenge. The second one is a bit excessive simply because of, as I said before, all the other things going on that don't really feel like they're in your control. Because if you think about it this way, right? Like, you know, this timing between the platforming and the burner does require a little bit of reactive improvisation already, and then when you introduce Bowser Fire, that also requires a lot of reactive play simply because it's never going to be the same pattern. So when you have both of those things together at once, they really sort of multiply the seeming unreliability of the level a bit. But it's okay, we'll try to muddle through as best as we can, but it's definitely going to be a bit of a tall order. Let's try getting a Fire Flower out on this side. The cannonball is the main thing I'm concerned about, as well as the firing pattern. Yeah, there we go. So. I'll try to put in one more good attempt at least, and by good attempt I mean, you know, not dying to anything really, really silly. But if you're still kind of actively revising this anyway, hopefully this is enough of a useful playtest up to this point. Things generally look fine. I think, as I said before, like the visual design is extremely rich. There are definitely some things in the earlier Metroid segments where, you know, you are counting on the player to do dashing jumps to cover a lot of distance to targets that might be a bit off camera, but other than that, things are in pretty good shape. But let's see if I can at least try to survive this. Okay. Okay. That's fine so far. Probably next cycle for... Oh, no. Nope. Oh. Almost had it too in terms of taking advantage of the damage state to get through to him. In fact, that's probably just what I need to do at this point, is just lose the Shelmet and take advantage of my damage state to get through with the first Fire Flower intact. If I get through with the first Fire Flower intact, I can at least get a few shots off. So I'll put in one attempt to try that strategy. And hopefully I'm able to do so successfully. I don't really expect to kill Bowser, but we'll just try to make some improvements to the method and the approach here. Yeah. Once again, do have to wait this out a little bit until a better cycle presents itself. Next cycle should do okay, I think. Nope. Too late. Okay, here we are. Okay, kind of a near thing there. Yeah, ducking in this location maybe is the way to play it. Nope, that's not the way to play it. Whoops, that's not the way to play it either. And now we're just kind of in full panic. Okay, we actually made it with the flower, that's a first. Okay. No. We do just have to take damage to get through that, so... I do want to fight him on the right side, though. As long as I don't get swatted by fire like that, then I can get through. Okay. I think that will be the last attempt for now. I mean, you're quite welcome to send in revisions if you do make them. I will probably be back with more viewer levels tomorrow. If you want me to take a stab at a clear of a new version, you don't need to rush it, though. I mean, I will be back to Mario Maker on a fairly regular basis. So yeah, thanks for that once again. I hope the feedback was at least mostly useful. Kind of curious, only a 2-minute clear check time, so clearly you figured out some kind of good method for approaching that as the maker. But yeah, thanks for submitting that. And I think that's probably the end of this in the queue. I see somebody cleared my 40-minute time in a puzzle from earlier today. That's not a win. That's not an actual win, but we'll pretend. Anyway, I believe that's actually it for the queue today. So yeah, thank you for dropping by. Certainly hope to see you back. And it'll be more Mario Maker over the weekend, I hope. Anybody who is new here, I do post scheduling information on the Discord, and thank you for the follow. And so yeah, lately we've just been mixing it up between this game and Ori and the Will of the Wisps in the middle of the week, but we're almost done with that, so it's going to be mostly Mario Maker for our program in the days ahead. So stick around, we will look for somebody to raid. Usually I pick somebody who's doing viewer levels, but there may be some surprises. In the meantime, thank you everyone for watching and for joining me for so long, and especially for the patience and the contributions of everybody who signed up in the queue and shared in our levels today. And so yeah, have a good night or a good morning, and we'll send you on your way shortly, so fare thee well.